City of Sacramento, CCC offices, February 2nd. Thank you everyone for bearing the weather. I know that I spoke to our Vice Chairman, Bob Gutierrez, and I guess the roads they're shut down the roads or something. Yeah, so, you know, instead of.
Okay, good morning, Julia.
Good morning, Julius. So I'd like,
Good morning.
if we can have President CEO, let me go back. So Bob will be on the line.
He's on.
He's on the
He's
line.
on, yeah.
I'm on the line now, yes. Thank
See,
you, Jeremy.
there he is.
We got it. We got your got your good side, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, you did.
You know? Thank you. Julia, can you please do roll call, sir?
Just be careful because, you know, again, you are being videotaped, so. James and I were actually Latino Stanford dealers. I got a message from staff. They go, "Hey, you guys sit up straight. You're on video." So roll call. Chairman Montez,
Present.
Vice Chair Gutierrez,
Here.
Secretary Chamberlain,
Here.
Treasurer Hernandez, Parliamentarian King, Central Region Chair Marcus Gomez,
Here.
Northern Region Chair Julio Baiza,
Here.
Southern Region Chair Veronica Corona,
Here.
Inland Empire Region Chair Maria Llerena, Presidency of Joan Canetti's here, the staff and then legal counsel Gabriel Garcia is also here. Other directors, Jay Tamsey, Central Region Director. Central Region Director Brandon Butler Garcia.
Here.
Northern Region Director Gabriela Sapp.
Here.
Northern Region Director Marcos Suarez.
Present.
Southern Region Director Julius Argumedo.
Here.
Southern Region Director Mike Limon.
Here.
Inland Empire Region Director Dina Esquivel. Inland Empire Region Director Sal Ayala.
Present.
At-large Director Gabriela Mello.
Here.
Director Teresa Martinez. And Director Ana Cubas.
She's
on her way.
Flight.
She's on the way.
Mr. Chairman, you also have CC Foundation Chair James Duran, and then Chair Emeritus Ken Missy is also in attendance. You have a quorum.
Great. It's great to see you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a while. It's been a while to see you back. Okay. Guest introductions. Did we reach out?
Why don't we go around? We'll start with Carla.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carla Kovac, and I'm from the Inland region. And I've been volunteering for a lot of years with CHC, but I also have a nonprofit organization for domestic violence. And we're very excited this year that we're submitting a grant for the San Bernardino School District and getting our program into prevention starting young and early. And I also have Quebec Enterprises CEO, and that company is to create events and also fundraising. So I'm very excited to
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Juan Novello, Senior Vice President. Welcome to our offices. This is where all the magic happens. I'm not sure where. We've decorated everything, and we're still working on making it a really fun place for us to work at, and for you guys to enjoy. My apologies that I couldn't join the meeting yesterday. I was stuck in traffic on my way back from San Francisco. I was not a good driver for those who are from the northern region. Thank you.
And let everybody know why you were in San
Yeah, I was just
Francisco, in
gonna
case they
say
don't
that.
know.
Thank you. I was actually being honored and recognized by the GGBA, the Golden Gate Business Association, the first LGBT chamber in the world. For my work here in this organization and the work that I do there as well. Thank you.
I saw the pictures.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle. I'm Jimmy's executive assistant as well as Juan's. If you need anything, please let me know. I'm here to assist. And welcome to our office.
My name is Blaze. I'm a CHCC fellow. Like Michelle said, if you have CCC, feel free to ask.
Pick up that burritos.
Yeah, thank you for the burritos.
Is it the pickup?
Hi everyone, Maria Baptista, Vice President of Program Integration, and again, welcome to our office.
Alex Ayala, membership services, and some IT and home base.
Laura Cabanero, Office Administrator. Welcome to our beautiful office.
Carlos.
I'm Carlos Solórzano, the CEO for the Hispanic Chambers of Commerce in San Francisco. I'm also Associate Director for the Northern Region. I'm on the Legislative and the International Trade Committee. And my business is Multivision Latina. We actually, a lot of people don't know that we do translation, certification, minority certification. We do a lot of the startup businesses also. We manage 16 nonprofits. And we lately becoming really expert in cannabis industry with the hemp growing and in the Cannabis Council in San Francisco. And also we represented ourselves in the Bay Area Bar Council for East Bay businesses.
What about the warehouse?
The warehouse, we're going to be looking at where we're going to put it, but we already can grow hemp in Mexico and Colombia so far.
Amongst other things.
Among other things.
My name is Guillermo Moran. I'm here as a guest of the Hispanic Chambers of Commerce of San Francisco Bay Area Salvadorian. I also am the founder and president of the coffee that you tasted this morning, Equity Light Coffee in San Jose, and I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you, and that's who you blame if you see me bouncing off the walls right now, okay? Great coffee, thank you. Thank you. One thing we want to get out of here early. The weather's terrible, and it's been 6 days since I've been able to see my grandkids. Okay, so if I don't see them at least every other day, I go crazy. So considering that a lot of our people here need to drive, we want to get them out as soon as possible. And I know there's some bets out there on what time we get out.
Yeah, we have a pool.
Okay, so
Every meeting.
True. Thank you. Approval of the minutes.
They are in, they were in the board packet.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know if we need a little more time to do it.
Yeah, exactly. Did you have the chance to review the minutes? Yes, I can tell you if I have.
Yeah, I skimmed through. You need a motion to accept them?
Yes, I will entertain a motion to accept the minutes.
I'll motion to accept the minutes.
Okay, motion by Marcus, second. Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Hernandez. Okay, discussion? Seeing none, call for the question. All in favor of approval of minutes signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Vice Chair,
Yes, aye.
any noes? Any abstentions? Yes, sir. One abstention is Mr. King abstains. Mr. King. Okay, seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, everyone. And if you see me that I'm running these meetings a little bit smoother, as I've been watching our foundation chairman, James Duran, making sure he gives me a lunch. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for helping me out with that. It's all about education, and thank you for educating me on that. Okay, and approval of the agenda. Okay, so entertain second. Seconded by Mr. Baisa. Okay, discussion? Seeing none, call for the question. All in favor of approving the agenda, signify by saying aye.
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 Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries the agenda. Thank you, everyone. Okay, consent calendar, Mr. Canete.
Real quick, we only have 2 items in the consent calendar, as we've explained before. Consent calendar is usually those items where we feel that, we discussed it out, and just really for the sake of time, we ask for the board to consent to us, moving forward with it. They are both the nomination schedule, since we have elections this year, every year we have elections. But we try to get those out early, so the timeline. Those timelines are established through the bylaws as well. And then the 2020 convention RFP, since we want to make sure that we get that in place prior to convention and get that out as well.
And is that ready? Is
that
that ready to go?
already? It's in your packet. I think it's modeled after the last year's RFP, other than just the dates have been changed.
And one thing I do want to say, and I'll keep it brief, is that I've been getting calls already from cities out of the inland part. The convention's 2 years away almost, and we're already getting calls, and they're already preparing themselves. So that's just a testament of the great work that this organization has continued to do. And staff, thank you guys for getting these packets out and burning the candle at both ends, along with the board members.
So thank you for approval of the 2%.
Yes. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar. This is Brenna.
Thank you, Ms. Bashir.
I'll second it.
I'll second it by Marcus. Okay, any discussion? Okay, seeing none, call for the question. All in favor of approving the consent calendar signify by saying aye.
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 Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries, thank you. Now I come to the chairman's report. I know that we had Ana Cubas that wanted to talk to the board. Ana Cubas is running for school board in the city of Los Angeles, and she had asked for the endorsement of this group. I've spoke to many of you here, and as one of our fellow board members, I'm a strong believer that if we can't support our board members here, then we're doing something wrong. So she's supposed to be coming in, we're gonna give her some time to talk to the board, and we'll take that issue. And then, Mr. Voluntarian, how do you recommend that I do that, since she's not here? Okay. Okay, if there's no objection, I will postpone that portion of it till she arrives. Any objections to that? Thank you. Okay, and also, we have our past chair, Mr. Macias. Mr. Macias, is there anything that you'd like to address your colleagues with?
No, it's nice seeing everybody. I'm happy that I have a position that allows me to come and go when I want to and see how things are going. And I'm here as a resource to the organization because of the many years that I spent sitting on this board. If anyone has any questions, I'm here as a resource. So, and also as an observer. So far, I like the way the snappiness is of this meeting because I can tell you, even when I was the active chair, we didn't run this smooth and fast when I was doing it. But it's nice to see that. So for me, it's starting off good. I know there's issues. I'm looking forward to listening to the issues and maybe give my 2 cents. But thank you for having me and thank you for breakfast.
And thank you for everything that you've done in the past. It's your past leadership, Mr. Macias, that has gotten, it has not gone unnoticed, and I want to thank you. And it's great that you haven't abandoned the organization.
No, I believe in the organization, as you can see. But I appreciate that comment about my leadership, but it really isn't my leadership. It's just us working collectively, and I just happen to be at the right place at the right time. And I look around and, we announced staff, and I see Laura. Laura's been here since day one. And I was going to joke about, there's a new staff person. And then we've got you know, every miles to Maria and Julian. Julian is the bastion there. So it's a good organization. It's nice to see, and I am always interested in looking at the numbers when I get there, Raul. So, thanks.
Well said, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, thank you. Okay, moving on to item 8, President and CEO report. Oh, no, that's right, sorry. Wow. Well, you know, James and Julie and everybody who said, you have to talk about a little bit more about what you do. I do a lot every day. Even in my own business, when I'm running my business, I'm always thinking about how to improve our small businesses in California. So I'm not going to bore you guys with that. But I do want to talk about the trip that we had in Stockton. I don't know if I should wait to the convention report to do it now.
I think Brenda will give you details, and I think you're supposed to talk about your experience.
You know, the first meeting we had, and Brenna's had me talk about running a tight ship. We were at the Capitol the first day we came. We met with some elected officials. They were very excited to see us. I see the difference in the way that they view the organization and the board members. We are players. We are definitely players, and the friendships we have in the Capitol have grown. So nothing but positive feedback. I met with quite a few Senate Assembly members. Most of them have confirmed their attendance here at the convention already, so they've already blocked it. Met with Senator Barbara Chileta, first Latino veteran to run the
Senate.
the Veterans Committee for the Senate. Very excited that everything that we've done, he's well aware of what we're doing, and he's appointed one of his staffers to sit on the Veterans Committee for this organization, which is great. Also, Ben Wessel. Ben Wessel has this bill that he's trying to get rid of tax credits for businesses and offenders from 18 to 24, 25. Is that Ben Wessel, the age of and we told them that we're already doing that with our local, with our county sheriff's departments, DA's office, and the public defender's office. We've been having meetings in the LA County, San Bernardino County, and Riverside County. We have a new sheriff in LA County. We have a new sheriff in Riverside County that's implementing a tremendous change. In fact, LA County has been cleaning house. We've been cleaning house immediately, and they're all talking about how do we keep our young people out of jail. And I tell them jobs, jobs. And how do we keep, what do we do when they get out of jail? Jobs. But in order to do that, we need to support all of the small businesses. So we're going to be having meetings with that. And I told Senator Wessel that we were ready to doing that. He was excited. He was excited. So what we're doing at the convention is hopefully bringing the 3 county sheriffs, if not themselves, some of their high-level officers, to meet with the police chief in Stockton, and how we can do this at a state-wide level, and also bring in Senator Wessel's bill to support our small businesses. I told the sheriffs that they control billions of dollars a year in contracts. What's the opportunity for our small businesses to get in there? So that's the area on that. So that was good. Met with Senator Rubio. And Senator Rubio and I have been friends for many, many years. A sister of Assemblymember Blanca Rubio. So first 2 sisters to ever hold office at the same time, Senate and Assembly. And they were recognized by us at the, was it Sonoma or Los Angeles? I think it was Sonoma. What's the number? Sonoma. So I said that we wanted to continue that tradition on recognizing elected officials that have made changes, positive changes to the state. And would they be there at this convention to kind of pass the torch to the next 2 electeds that we will be recognizing? And they said yes, they both committed to be there, and they will be assisting us on bringing some of the electeds. Anything else you want to add on that? Don't talk about that. I toured Stockton. Very excited. Came excited from the Capitol, went to Stockton. I was happy already, but saw the arena, the real estate that we're going to be using. I called the people in the Inland Empire. I said, man, you guys better get ready because the convention is coming next year, and Stockton, I think, is going to raise the bar just showing that we don't have to go to these big cities to have an amazing convention. And I'm also excited to know that our impact in that city is going to be tremendous. The mayor's excited, the court director's excited, just everyone throughout the whole thing. So that's a good thing. That just goes to the good work that this organization is doing in the sport. I think that's it. Unless, James, there's anything else that you think I need to touch on, or Julian? No? I think that's my report. Oh, and next year's convention, I've already spoken to James, Julian, and the vice chairman about, I think, that next year's convention in the Inland Empire, Ontario City, Pomona, and Temecula, they're all going to be bidding for it. Since in the Inland Empire, we've been working with multicultural organizations. We have affiliates at the Black Chamber of Commerce, great partners of ours, the Asian Business Association. So I was thinking, this organization's been doing a lot of firsts. Wouldn't it be great for this convention to be a multicultural convention with our affiliates? We, as being the largest ethnic small business organization in the nation, that we should lead by example. So I hope that the board thinks about that, and kind of, I'll be talking with board members offline, but what a great way to highlight what we've been doing, bringing our communities together, and it also helps it's an election year, and we can bring our communities together and not continue to allow those wedges being put between us. So I'm excited about that. And also, as all you know, that this will be my last year as chair. And I just look forward to doing as much as I can this year to help the organization continue to grow. I will not be leaving. I will be hanging around. We'll have probably 2 handicap parking spots for our chairman and vice chairman now.
Oh.
But I intend to do the same thing that our past chair, Mr. Macias, has been doing, in guiding and giving advice whenever I'm called upon, and make sure that this ship continues to sail in the direction that it's meant to be. So thank you, everyone. That's all my report. Mr. Canete.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming down. We've had him, like you said, since Monday, and we've had him all over the place. He misses the grandkids and everything else, and he still has a business to run. He's constantly on the phone with his sons and saying, "Well, if it works, just do it." And so,
what they're saying, sorry. Hey, Dad, well, what do you think? Well, I think you should do this. 2 minutes later, no, you're wrong. We're gonna do it this way. Then why do you call me? Or like, hey, Dad, what do you think about this? Well, I think you should. Just checking because we already did it. I'm like, that's it. Forget it.
So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking the time to be here with us. It's been a busy week for me, the staff, and for the chairman, and for Brenna. I want to thank you for Brenna, Director Butler Garcia, for all the hard work she's been doing in Stockton and putting in with staff. Wonderful, as the chairman said, and she'll talk more about those meetings. Wonderful meetings. I think we set a new standard of what we expect when we go to a city or any town wherever we go for a convention. So some new ideas on how we do a convention. How do we make it more of a experience for our attendees? But I'll leave that to Brenna and staff to talk about a little bit later. But I did want to thank her for all the hard work she's been putting in and coordinating with staff. Very close working relationship with staff and getting that done as well. And Jose Plasencia as well. And of course, Vice Chairman Gutierrez has been engaged with it as well. I do need to first thank staff. As many of you had seen, I walk around with a little cane because I have a bad ankle and I hurt a foot and everything else. But there's been a couple days when I've had to stay at home and keep it elevated. But they've been good about just keeping me busy even when I'm home. So I've had a couple of PTO days out where I wasn't able to come in. But, again, they have been fantastic in setting up meetings. This year started off with a huge bag, actually from December, as we're trying to recover from a little bit of a deficit from previous years because of the convention. You know, I don't think I think Frank finally realized that he was calling and he finally got a hold of me and says, man, they got you running all over the place, right? In meetings, whether they're partnership meetings, whether they're sponsorship meetings. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But again, I couldn't have asked for a better staff and all the hard work they do and the commitment that they have. So again, I just wanted to make sure talk about that first. I didn't want to go into a little bit of, and Raul will talk more about financials, but you know, some of the controls we've been doing on budget. You know, we asked that this meeting actually was to be video. Chairman and I talked, Vice Chairman, and we came to a compromise and said, fine, we'll do Sacramento if everybody can, because that cuts our costs immensely from a conference. It's really tough, as Chair Macias will attest to and others, that the first quarter, even if you're doing a bang up in recruiting dollars and talking to people about dollars, it's still a tight month. The first quarter, and when you get a $15,000 bill for a board meeting with foundations, you know, between our two organizations, it's still quite a bit. So we thank the board for understanding and being able to accommodate and doing your part to help us reduce those monthly expenses early in the beginning. I mean, Raul and I have discussed, and again, he'll be talking with it later. You know, we've been doing other things and cutting certain areas just to control costs, but continue. I think it's just a good practice to do throughout the year, as we discussed.
This is great. This is great. I think we should do this more often. You know,
some of the things we're doing, you know, we're still collecting dollars from last year, but some of the things we've now implemented, procedure-wise, policy-wise. You know, we always send an invoice. Dennis tells me, hey, we're gonna do $25,000. Okay, great, we're happy, right? We send Dennis an invoice, and then we're there. Goes, hey, Dennis hasn't paid. We'll call him. He says, oh, I forgot. So we've now instituted the practice of not only invoicing, but then after that, monthly, first of the month, sending out that statement, letting them know, hey, we still haven't received that payment. Laura is now taking charge of, you know, emails are going out. You know, now we're seeing some of those dollars coming in. We're happy. You know, you love it when a sponsor, someone asks, you know, are we charging a late fee, right? We had one sponsor, we had negotiated $7,500, and they sent us, I don't know if they felt guilty or what, but they sent us a $10,000 check. You know, they said, oh no, we just decided to make it 10. Fine, we'll take it. So that's another control that we put in. One of the other controls we're putting in to help us with this cash flow issue that we've had through the years is that we are working on getting all the dollars collected, especially for convention, prior to convention. Now, and say, well, that's a big fee, right? Well, it also puts an additional burden on our team that we have to raise the dollars even earlier, right? We can no longer go in and say, oh, in July we're going to raise X amount of dollars. So we moved up the timelines to help raise those dollars early on so that we can collect them before convention and have them in the bank. So we're telling our sponsors that, hey, if you're going to be participating in convention, you know, your sponsorship has to be in prior to convention. And that's just like the same circumstances. So we're putting that practice into place. The other thing we're doing now too is a little bit more coordination. The team, you know, it's. I think James told me, you know, Jules, you got to be more strategic, right? What you do. And so the team was taking the role. I was saying, well, you know, the boss is out there. He meets. What happens next? You know, usually it's Julian. Okay, I'll write the proposal and get it out, right? We get busy and we're late. So now we put in. I'll pass these around. So after, and I'm doing it under budget versus corporate sponsorship because I think it's important on how we're raising the money. So now when I come back from a meeting, Luis, I think, is in charge of this, and so and Michelle, they put this thing in front of me, and they say, where'd you commit, or where'd they commit, right? So now what happens, I fill out the form, from there Luis takes it, we've got our boilerplate stuff, and then he modifies it to whatever sponsor. How much dollars for this, how much for this, your benefits. Then I approve it off, and it's off to the sponsor. So by doing this month alone, I think we sent out what, close to $210,000 in proposals. 300. already for the month of January. So those are what we're closing already, starting to close. But again, so that's kind of the procedure we're following, so we can meet the deadline that we've imposed on ourselves and be able to really have a good news on the second quarter. That we turned around the corner and now have a good cash flow position. The other thing we did too was, of course, move up the leg day. And really there was because we felt that was really a key fundraising opportunity for us that we never took advantage of. But also because we move up to the front of the year as well, we can now realize and unrestrict that income in the second quarter after we perform. So by moving to March, we're not on the financials, we're not showing deferred income all the way into May or whatever. Now it's right after March, the first quarter, we're going to realize that income as well. So those are some things we've done budget-wise to right the ship there. On sponsorships, we've got Sophia Garcia, who's on the foundation board, of course, the chairman put her on the fundraising committee, and we met. Veronica Crow is on there, Mark, a number of you. And so, one of the things we said that we prepared, she asked after we were preparing it, was who are our current sponsors and how much, right? So we did that, but then what we also did was we said, well, who are our current sponsors and who, right now, who are we dealing with right now that we have relationships in the works that we're trying to get on board, and then who are other sponsors that need to come on board? And we went through this at the foundation meeting, so I apologize to the foundation for this and not rewrite. And we came up with a list of over 400 companies, right? And how we got there was not just the people that we knew, but also companies that we see sponsoring Latino events, companies like Sony Entertainment, they're doing things in supplier diversity. And we're taking the list too and now breaking it down to what their interests are. Is it marketing? Is it procurement? Is it government? Relations to public policy? Or is it something else? And technical assistance, etc. So we put that list of over 400 companies. Then we identified the ones that we always had relationships, that were sponsors, that we have a relationship, and maybe they're not sponsors yet, we were working on it. And the staff, just the staff here, we already have relationships with about 175, which we thought was, wow, okay, we have 175, but we only got about 80 of them that are sponsors. So we've got some work to do there. And then the other thing the committee did was, how much is the average contribution we get? So as you know, we've got Wells Fargo on the high end at 100K plus, 150K or whatever. We've got, then you've got the PG&Es and the Southern Cal Edison, you've got the people that go $25,000, $5,000. So after we average it all out, give an average contribution per partner of about $12,500. So as we were figuring out budgets and everything else, we just said, let's make the average 10,000. Let's be a little bit conservative. So the committee also did that, identified that. So the work right now is concentrating on those 175, and we have relationships, but we're going to give you the list. And so this is a list along with our contact names that we have. And you'll see a lot of those companies there. And so we're asking the board, and what Sophia is asking the board is that if you know a contact there, or if you know a better contact than what we have, or another contact with an existing company that we have a relationship that we should talk to, let us know. And again, that's how it works. The example I give is Sophia herself. She goes, "Oh, you need to get Davida as a member." And I go, "Okay." And she goes, "Here's the contact," which happens to be her husband, which is an easy one. But then again, when we talk about, and Sophia's trying to say, there's a commitment the board members made to help them raise $15,000. And so, our thing is, it's not necessarily you going out and saying, "Hey, give us the money." It's you saying, "Here's the contact." Dennis last year met his goal because he introduced us to eBay, right? So Dennis gets credit, right? So we give credit where credit's due, right? We may have closed the deal, but at the end of the day, we wouldn't have got it if it wasn't for the introduction or the success that we had at the festival. So that's where we're at with sponsorships. We continue to work those. It's a busy this month and next month. I don't know. I think Michelle felt guilty the other day because she didn't make time for lunch. She would have bought me lunch. I said, "Oh, how much I owe you?" She goes, "No, I'm sorry, I forgot to give you a lunch period." So, some of these are in person. There are certain meetings that I make sure that, what we're doing now is when we come in, we're having meetings in San Jose with Facebook or Google or whatever, we're gonna be letting you guys know and say, "Hey, please join us for those meetings." We had the event with the Stanford Latino group, we invited James and Dennis to join us there, and Carlos was there as well. So we want to make sure that our board members are engaged in that role too. If they desire, if you got time, Raul, we're in San Francisco, you may say, "Yeah, I'll join you," or you may say, "I don't have time today, I won't go." But, again, we want to make sure that we extend that. There are certain ones that the chair and I do. We were supposed to meet with B of A this week, but I wanted to make sure the chairman was there, and we had him here, so we kind of postponed that meeting to close them out. So I will say this real quick. A lot of people may have concerns about PG&E. They had I had a discussion with them a few weeks ago. They just said, "Joe, send us over the proposal," right? So we don't know where they're at. We actually have an inside track, so we get some of the inside information of what's happening on with bankruptcy and where they're going with it. We're also talking about working with some of our other groups, making sure that they keep in place some of these charitable programs that they have. It's a lot of it's through their foundation. We don't know how that plays into the bankruptcy issue as well.
Yeah, my team has a very strong relationship with our PG, and they called us and they told us there's a very good chance they might not be able to sponsor us.
So I was very shocked. I was very shocked when our guy said, "Send me your proposal." So I don't tend to mind read, but again, but we're looking at that and preparing, how do we backfill that gap if it happens.
What do they know?
Last year they gave us 95 cents. They're heavy sponsors. Their average is usually 65 cents.
The question is, Jose Perez still running that California Utility Diversity Council anymore?
They just, you should ask. He just called me the other day about it. It has really been inactive.
Yeah, it seems
over the
like
last year.
Inactive.
There hasn't been a meeting for over a year.
That's where the chair gets a chance to sit at a table amongst the utilities and then work them from that and also contribute to what we need as far as diversity amongst businesses throughout the state.
And within this group here, I have had discussions with utility leadership in regards to how do we continue that, maybe in a different model. I think we all feel that's an important thing to have.
And I don't think that we need anyone to set up for those meetings, Mr. Vicente. We just show up, have the mic there, public comment, and I'm just as loud on that mic as I am on sitting across from them.
I mean, we truly believe, and staff believes that, there are strategic partnerships we have to have, that we should have, and that, we have constant monthly, if not every other week, communication with all the other ethics chains in the state. But we feel that's an important thing, but then we also feel that there's times when we need to stand alone.
And I can tell you, I think from where Frank's comment was, is that I think you were referring to the annual en banc.
Yes, yeah.
The annual en banc, certainly we need to have the chair or the executive go to that meeting and talk about our observations and performance of utilities spending in the Hispanic community. And I know I've been there when Frank has done it, he's done a great job. But what I was talking about is it seemed like, at least on a quarterly basis, maybe even more often, Jose Perez had a group called the California Utility Diversity Council, where the utilities would get together and just talk about what they were going to do and how they were going to report at the en banc as a group. And then on top of that, you were free to speak on your own. Frank took that opportunity because he's shy. Okay, he's a shy guy. But anyway, did a great job again. But that group doesn't seem like it's meeting now.
So we're trying to figure out what we can do to have that strategic partnership, to continue that kind of dialogue with utilities.
Perfect.
I'll tell you real quickly, like I said, there's times also we have to realize that we don't need to be a part of something. We can stand on our own on certain things. So I'll
Yes.
give you an example. Green Lining was having, you know, I mean, we have a great relationship with Green Lining. And sometimes we don't always agree on things, but you know, things we agree on. It was with Co-America Bank, one of our partners. And so we weren't going to be able to make the meeting, so Juan and I talked to him and said, well, send our questions directly to Co-America, issues that we have. Michelle says, and one comes in and goes, hey, we have a meeting with the senior VP of Co-America next week. And he goes, okay, what happened to Heidi that we worked with her? Because of this action that we took, and because I guess what we got from him was how he views this organization and as key players. He literally flew in from Dallas, Texas, into Sacramento. Just to tell Juan and I that we have his commitment 110%. And whatever, you know. So now we're doubling our sponsorship this year, right? So, you know, it makes it now the person we work with understands that we got a bigger commitment from them. But again, example of I think what we've all done to help position this organization as an organization where, hey, you get the senior guy in charge of diversity and within the company just to fly out, you know, and say, hey, we need to talk because we're afraid you guys have some key issues and we want to make sure you're comfortable with us what you guys say. And that's a lot of work that was done. It's kind of an example of things that we're experiencing lately. I did want to go over a couple of items on potential funding, and because it includes both us and the foundation. I reported out yesterday to the foundation. We have officially, and the foundation approved the execution of the contract yesterday for our SBDC program. We'll be doing that. That's $150,000 for this year through the foundation to do business counseling. So we're working on that. And we're working closely with Dennis and David Betancourt and Jerry.
This is with this organization.
With us. There's another 150 coming in, and staff is part of that. So, and then we hired consultants as well.
So that's through the federal government. Pass through.
Well, it's a federal government, yeah.
It's a federal government.
Yeah.
So it's a.
Plus, there's some additional state dollars.
So when you say pass through means the federal. Actually, the source comes from the federal, and it passes through the state to the organization, isn't it?
And I think it's both.
Yes. It passes through a state organization. So in this particular case, it goes to the foundation of Humboldt State University. For this
And then we're contracted.
So then it goes to, okay. So who has to deal with the red tape? Red tape.
Humboldt.
It doesn't go to the state.
Humboldt.
Okay.
But we're trying to be very smart and have minimum, you know.
That's the question I ultimately wanted to get to is these grants come with red tape, and you want to make sure that we address the red tape, and you want to keep it away from us if possible.
And this SPDC grant, as I told the foundation board yesterday, that, you know, yeah, there's me negotiating with talks, but there's a lot of back channels that we're using on this. Dennis being part of that, channeling things through the back end. So it's funny, staff kind of allows people, you know, they can see the whole political thing going on. Right? Good. Because I'll talk here, and I'm talking to Dennis, and we're trying to get things moved away. The other thing is, you know, we obtained Energy Upgrade California grant, $175,000. 40,000 of that was realized in 2018, correct, Ron?
Yes.
Right, 40,000 of that is realized in 2018, and 135,000 will be for calendar year 2019.
From what state agency?
This is from the PUC.
PUC.
Yeah. So it's ratepayer dollars that are contributed to do energy efficiency education.
Any compliance stuff with that?
Just meet the goals. That's it. And it's
Generally through the utilities, there's not as much red tape.
Yeah. So
as it through
we
the
are.
federal
So a firm called DDB is contracted with PUC, and then we're contracted with DDB. Again, how do we eliminate the red tape?
Sounds good.
We are working with right now, and we're evaluating offers from 2 organizations in regards to funding and resources, not only for the state chamber, but our local chambers on the census 2020. So we're working with the Latino Community Foundation and see if we'll be partnered with them or the Asian Pacific American Leadership Foundation, and whether we can find again, you know, the concept of going after both the Latino and Asian communities. So we're seeing where we work out best. Juan's been working on that. So hopefully in a couple of weeks we'll have an answer on that because we're good for that. We are also preparing to bid for the USDA Rural Business Development Grant. That we see that opportunity coming forth to us in April. We believe it'll open up March, April, and so we're already prepared with our proposal. We know what it's supposed to look like. There, it'll be outreach to some of the rural businesses, especially in the Central Valley, and going down in the Inland Empire, and then partnering with our local chambers such as Fresno and Merced, et cetera, and outreaching to those businesses. So, those of you that are familiar with Central Valley, there's towns like Mendota and Los Banos that have small populations, very rural, but almost every other business is Latino owned as well, and they need resources. They know where those resources are. And then also to help divert them also to our SDDC program, right? And we get to help meet our goals there. The other item that we are looking at is Department of Transportation puts out what they call the Small Business Training and Resources Center, and it's for Region 9, which includes California, Hawaii, Arizona, and Nevada. Our information that we have, our intelligence tells us that that grant will come out probably in March, and so we're going after that. Again, it's one of those things that we've already kind of got our template already for it. We're seeing that being about 175 to 250 a year on that grant. It will be initially a 3-year grant with 2 years option. So that's where we're looking at some dollars coming in. I know James on the foundation side did make sure it was in the minutes so that we can track it and we can continue to update whether it's moving forward or not. If it's not, then we'll be backfilling it. So, I think that's all I have, sir. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Julian? Mr. Macias?
I have a couple of questions. First off, congratulations. Sounds like you're doing a lot.
Well, congratulate me when we get the grant.
Congratulations, sounds like you're doing a lot. On the search for dollars from corporations, I just want to emphasize that when you talk to them, make sure that if you can lead them towards unrestricted dollars. I'm sure you got that, but oftentimes a large donor will say, this is what this grant is for, and finally we'll give you a little piece that will go to your general fund or unrestricted fund. So I'm sure you've got strategies on that, and it sounds good because the restricted stuff, you gotta now have more accounting for that. And then the other thing is, 3 things I have was, with all these grants, there's a couple things related to that, is you need to generally spend before you get reimbursed. So what that means is you have a cash flow issue. And so I don't know if Maryland's still our
yes, of course.
Make sure Maryland and Raul and whoever helps you do a cash flow analysis. If you need to know how to do that, I have a worksheet that I've shared before, because you're going to need to make sure you have your cash, because you're going to be lucky to get reimbursed when you win these things. That's one thing. The other thing is you need a good accountant, because I'm sitting here listening to all the grants, including the family grant of the woman over here, Carla, including Carla. She was talking about a grant for a family kind of grant where there's abuse and stuff like that in the valley. And I don't know where that grant is coming from, but a lot of times, most of the time, grants come with red tape. Sometimes they don't. Utilities, they generally don't. But you gotta make sure that you have good administration that does that, because that gets us in trouble if you get it all mixed up. So.
And again, one reason for our aggressiveness on getting our corporate memberships and everything ready in a year. Maryland, on these contracts, especially, negotiated payment terms into them, especially, I asked them for 30 days. I said, well, 45. I said, okay, we can settle on 45. And so that's in the language I know for SBDC and for the EUC grant. All those are in the language.
It's nice to get the money up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
we got some of it, so.
You try to do it.
Thank you. I know. Marcos, a question, and Mr. King, and Gabriela and I apologize.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention and thank you, Julian, for everything. Because currently I just wanted to bring to the attention about certain, like I mentioned before, how one of the most important ways that our small businesses can have access to contracts or a lot more access into permitting in different cities and counties is having key people in certain positions, right? And currently, one of the things that I would like to see, and it'll be coming, is that the town of Windsor, for instance, they've their city manager and assistant city manager left, right? And so those positions are critical and crucial, and being able to get the word out throughout the state of California through our networks to get qualified Latinos or Latinas to apply for those positions. And I don't know if that's something that we can, continue to do or really start really bringing that to the attention of our whole or throughout. I know that one of a good friend and someone that's currently actually done in Southern California, applying with the Port of Long Beach in a really critical position. So that's another great position to have good, allies, if you will, people that are really in touch with local Latino business to be in those positions. So that's something that I would bring to the
And if I may, on that point, I believe that that's not just the CEO's or staff's responsibility, but the board's responsibility to get that information out. And thank you for bringing that up. It's all our responsibilities.
Yes, definitely.
Julian's on top of that also.
No, definitely. Just being able to get it out there so everybody's more aware and even talking to people like, for instance, those positions that anybody that may be in contact with the people down in the Port of Long Beach, how do we, make those connections and
Ken Macias made some comments directed to the staff about the necessity of the administrative side of these contracts. And you and I certainly know about the administrative side to the SBDC side. What I would think that's really, I think the staff really knows it, but I think us board members should understand something. So understand, for example, what he's describing with the SBDC program and some of the others are significant victims. They are a major step forward. But guess what? The funding doesn't come by signing the contract. Because the next part is the actual implementation, the work of the contract. And I'd say at least a quarter of the energy, put all the energy together what it takes to do a contract like that, at least a quarter of it is on the administrative side. The reports, meetings, ongoing communications. So we need to acknowledge and thank the role of our staff has, not just in securing the contracts, but turning those contracts into cash and meaningful services. And that's something that we need to keep that in mind. So it's great to run through those lists, but understand the amount of work that goes behind it to make them real. So thank you.
Thank you.
Gabriela,
Yes.
then Jenny, I think I'll move on.
Yeah, I didn't wanna say that, but I just wanna comment on your information about the grants with SBDC. I'm still concerned. I know it's a great program and I'm all about it. I still work with the SBDC in San Francisco, but let's make sure that we have that support administratively, like staff, because again, most of this funding is for the services. So I don't see, we have to basically have all the funding to complement who will be, running the program, but the money is not for paying the secretary and stuff like that. But my question was, on this thing, I congratulate you for having all this. So I already identified some companies that I'll be glad to connect. Few weeks, not a lot of you, but something, everything is welcome, I guess. But my question is, this yellow page, I think I missed that part. So after
That's an internal document that I use. Staff, I want you guys to see how we're kind of streamlining things and trying to make sure that we don't leave any dollars on the table, right? There's nothing worse than saying, oh, we're supposed to get a proposal out, we're so busy we forgot. So when I come back from a meeting, believe me, these two are in my office saying, okay, what do you have?
I get that part.
And so I complete that.
But do you, because you generate these, do you have like a database to Salesforce where you have alerts where you have to contact and follow up? Because I know you do a great job, like, and you are busy all the time contacting many people, and I did that before too, but then you know, you have so many things going on, you don't have a
So-
database that alerts you that you have to follow up.
So and Michelle manages that, and so, Luis kind of puts it together and puts all the parts together.
That's
I
like
review
very
it,
like,
the changes that
oh
I
my
made
God, like,
on,
really?
and then Michelle sends it out, and then she schedules the follow-up.
Yeah. And my last question is, you mentioned that now you are, like before, it was kind of late to close these commitments with a potential sponsor. So now what is the date? Like April? Months before?
So actually, around June, we're trying, especially for convention.
Yeah.
So we're trying to move that. Of course, it's the earlier the better because they're getting their budgets. Like, you know, some of our calls, and I'll say the, for instance, you know, we'll talk to them. We'll say, hey, I get my budget in first week of March. So, you know, it's in the system that we follow up with Comenti first week of March because he's got his budget and he knows exactly what he's
So
going to do.
that changing the policy, I think is gonna help
Yeah.
us a lot. And I know we're gonna talk more about the financial, but I still see that there is a aging report that is like over 90 days from some of the sponsors that we had last time. So let us know how the board members can help with even calling them or something because it's like a long
And I know some of them.
I just really quick, I just want to commend you on tackling the census thing. On my end, in our county, we had a $100,000 grant for local organizations to apply for an RFP to help with our local census. And the deadline was last week and no one applied. So I'm glad that we, on a different level, are going after the census because in my community, it seems like no one's really wanting to do the work.
And I've also talked to our ledge team, James, and others that, you know, that Juan and I have said that, you know, we think that ledge day, that this should be a topic that we discuss, just because of its importance, right, and its impacts on other things. You know, the apportionment, all those things, and getting our, especially our leaders, and our business understanding the importance of advocating for people to do something in our community. And a lot of people are saying that, hey, businesses are kind of a unique thing, right? Because you got the business owner, but then he may have, you know, Frank's got 20 employees, right? So if we've engaged Frank and now he's going to educate the employees, say, hey, make sure you guys get counted, you know, that's what we want to see. So, but what we're really hoping for is that we get some resources for our local children to push down so they can be engaged in this in their local meetings. That's the only way it's going to be successful. And we can't just do it up at this time. We are a grassroots organization. Thank you. Just want to recognize that board member Ana Culas this year. Ms. Culas was, I had asked the board to wait till you came.
Thank you.
To have you speak, that I'd like to go to the financials first.
Yeah.
Because I think it piggybacks off what
Yeah,
President Zero was
absolutely.
talking about. Mr. Hernandez, your financial report, please.
So as you can recall, last quarter, we had quite a sobering discussion regarding our financial condition, and a lot of what Julian talked about today was in response to that.
Did you say sobering?
Sobering. Yeah.
I thought I heard celebrating.
Sobering.
Okay.
So
it's the same thing.
Yeah.
So essentially, again, what Julian has discussed is in response to our concerns about our financial condition as we're discussing last quarter. Now, I'm going to go over the December financial statements, and there's still things to be concerned about, but I think we're moving in the right direction. With the idea that by the first quarter of 2019, we're going to address quite a bit of this issue because of additional funding and all the additional people to report. Right? So what I'd like you to do is see if you can take a look at the package, page 17 of the PDF, which has the combined balance sheet. So if you look at the combined balance sheet of both the chamber and the foundation, you'll see that our total assets are roughly $380,000. Most of that is cash of $96,000 and about $249,000 in receivables. Again, the focus here is to make sure that we continue this cash flow from a positive standpoint by collecting as much as we can on those receivables. And like Gabriela mentioned, there's quite a few of them that are over 90 days, so a lot of them do relate to different functions. So that's the focus, and just to give you an idea, the receivable that we have here on the foundation of 46,900, that was actually collected in January. So that money did actually come in. So again, the effort is there to make sure we collect as much as possible. On the negative side, as you can see, our liabilities are actually exceeding our assets. So total liabilities are almost 400, just a little shy of $450,000. A lot of it has to do with payables that are still that are due. Part of that accounts payable, $227,000 is what we owe the LA hotel. $115,000. And of course, we're still concerned about some of the payroll liabilities that we have there that we're trying to make sure that we meet that obligation. So in total, we have roughly $227,000 in payables, $88,000 in other accruals, and deferred revenues of roughly $134,000. Which leaves us at the end of the year with a negative equity, which means that again, our liabilities are still exceeding our assets by about $69,000. Any questions?
About the LA hotel, I remember during the last meeting, we were saying that somebody was going to find out if those were right charges or not.
Yeah, then we've done that. So I think right now, so this is the end of December. I think in January it's been adjusted to like $105,000. So functioning from what? From the hotel. Yes, but 105. Just because things that moved. No, but what were they? Oh, 115.
And that was made a payment.
Yeah, we also made a payment. And then the other thing is I think some of the money's been collected now in January on the payroll thing where we have to defer payroll. That's all been caught up before December, and then I know we're paying off.
The payroll, but not payroll.
Right, but we've paid off a couple quarters already. So because we've had the cash flow in January, we've tried a lot, paying down quite a few bills. So it's been a collection wise, both for January, it's been real. It's been actually good. And Raul gets all the notice every time a check comes in. So.
Yeah.
And I have a question regarding the hotel. So you've negotiated from 110 to 15, and that's it. There's no more negotiations. Nothing with the escalator. Nothing with.
That's what we basically.
So I'm sorry, you said $5,000 down. But then when you were telling us about the AR now, you said 100K was paid in January, or did I?
No, there's only like 5,000.
Oh, okay.
No, we still have 12 players.
So I think I talked to Marilyn and she has to fill up the accounts payable.
Right.
So, out of that discussion, I want to make sure I was hearing correctly. There was a payroll tax liability that was outstanding.
We're paying it now.
Is it? We're still paying it now.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, Marilyn, every payroll that we execute, we pay whatever amount that we need to pay.
Whatever your tax service tells you to pay, and somehow we got behind some of that payroll.
Yeah, because of cash flow in last year. Again, why we put in the whole thing about collecting.
Yeah, both payroll and payroll.
And Mr. Chairman, we had discussed that really heavily at our board retreat.
Okay.
And all that, so
you guys are
on top of it.
Yes, yeah, we're on top of it.
Yes, sir.
And you can understand my stopping.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Because that's a big deal.
And
for us business owners, we
when
know
you say
that.
payroll liability, you talking about the deferred or?
No, the actual.
Tax.
The deferred part and also the tax.
Right. So the deferred part.
But
we have some deferred payroll in Juan and I, but that's been paid off.
That's been paid off.
So we're not.
Okay, so
yeah.
We
Okay.
paid off.
And so that's
my baby. You guys know that. Yeah. All right. But out of the discussion, I had a second question. Second question was that we have this liability, the hotel, which is not unheard of, that we've done that in the past. But that's a toughie. And I heard our chair really focus in on that. But, knowing we have that and knowing our assets, what in our, so the liabilities we sit here today is about 100,000. What in our assets do we have that will pay that off? Because I don't see a 100,000 of cash right there. I see receivables. Receivables are sort of mixed up because we do have receivables amongst our entities between the foundation and this. So do we have 100,000 to pay that off?
The bulk of the receivables
From outside. Okay.
and again, that's why I mentioned earlier about the new policy of getting guys to pay before convention.
Yeah.
So we're not in this situation.
And can that receivable amount actually
Bless
issue
you.
the
Bless
company,
you.
or the entity?
Yes.
Liability.
And Mr. Chairman, that's why we're implementing a lot of cost savings.
Right.
You know,
This is one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cozy, but it's one.
and the thing that I did say is we understand as business owners, we've been there. I think
Yes.
there's not one of us in here that hasn't
Nope.
had that.
Nope.
And this is a small business.
It is a business.
It is a business.
Nonprofit.
Yeah.
It's a business act, but through a nonprofit.
Yes,
model.
yes. So, you know, we understand that, we know how it is, and that's why this is a great organization to advocate for our small businesses, because we know exactly the challenges. And as a small business, we fight through it and we move forward and persevere. But if we can put some policies and things in place, Mr. Chairman, 'cause
Right.
I knew that as soon as you heard that we're going to be well. So I want to assure you that has been taken into account, that we have addressed it, and we're making headway on those things.
Good.
And can you're right, we still have to make up for the negative hit we had already.
Right.
In addition to.
I have a good question for Ken. I know what happens when small businesses don't pay payroll taxes on time, so what are the consequences for a non-profit like this one, for an organization like that?
Similar. Yeah. Because these are, it relates to the employees. The employees are eventually going to need those taxes to pay their, you know, in it are Medicare, Medi-Cal, and their own federal taxes.
I know this part, but the organization is gonna get a fine, like a lien or.
Yeah, we already got it.
Okay.
We got
Okay.
penalties and
Okay.
So, just on that note, for instance, I got an email from Maryland this week or late last week saying, am I okay to pay the last quarter of payroll taxes? Yeah, so of course, you know, my answer was yes. And I basically told them, don't even, you know, if you see cash flow is good, just pay it, right? So that's the reason we have, so we don't delay on it. That be patient with that.
And Mr. Chairman, also, and so I don't vote for this, but we've had a lot of growing pains this past year. We brought in staff, we've had to implement a lot of programs to get our work, you know, what we're doing. So we had to invest. We had to invest. I think last year was a big investment, but I think I know we will see the payoff this year. In fact, we can see that already coming.
That's great.
So, you know, it's, I understood it. I didn't like it, but I recall I've been in that position many times, many times, and we persevered. This organization,
You know, Raul and I have had discussions on one, two, and three, with them, and others. You know, we went from a 2017 income of $620,000 to $1.2 million. And, you know, a lot of that was just, you know, get it, move. And, you know, we kind of fault on my dad is that, you know, we needed to put the controls that we have in place now last year. And because that, again, you know, that would contribute to us not having to be collecting all those things.
The only, the last thing is, I'm not sure if you guys are using the cash flow analysis the way it should be done. I would ask you to ask Marilyn if she's using the worksheet every week.
She is new.
She is.
She just switched because I'm familiar with the worksheet, right? I told her,
Yeah.
you know, Ken has that worksheet, and so we're using it.
Yeah, because the worksheet is not going to totally be right spot on, because you're gonna have to do some sort of estimate with your payables and receivables, but it will get you there closer, so when you do grow, before you grow, you kind of estimate how it's gonna look. So you can say whether or not you're gonna have, I mean, information is power, and that gives you that little extra.
Yeah, I told her, I said, hey, you familiar with the Ken Macias spreadsheet? She goes, yes. I said, okay. So, yeah, so and that was something else, Chair Emeritus said, that, you know, Raul's always been putting in place and what's been put in place is much better tracking on the cash flow side. So, you know, he's directed Maryland, especially when I negotiate these grants and the payment terms and how much we're billing each month. That, you know, that we were able to put that in the cash flow so we know what we need to carry it, when we're going to get the money from them and stuff.
You're taking up a lot of time. Why don't you finish your report? Sorry, but
No
we had
problem.
to stop there. That's
No,
important.
this is important discussion to have. So you don't have this in your packet, but I'd like to go over a couple numbers. Total revenues were $1,123,000, which is a lot more than what we had over the last few years. We fell short from a budget standpoint because we had budgeted $1,300,000. The expenses were $1,217,000. We have budgeted $1,251,000. So we're actually controlling our expenses fairly well. It's just that the shortfall came into the revenue side. And so we ended up with a loss of $94,000 for the year, as opposed to what we had projected $101,000. So that's pretty much where we're at right now. And again, we continue to work every month to be able to make sure that we see. And you're right, those items like cash flow summaries, we use them as tools. It's not just a matter of putting a bunch of numbers together. And that's the reason why I use the word sobering, is because you can see the shortfalls that we're expecting.
Just real quick, and Juan, correct me if I'm wrong, because Juan would know better. I think since November, we haven't deferred any tax payments, right? We paid payroll, we've been able to meet payroll and all the taxes. So since November. So I think that's a good point, right? That we're not procuring, we're just paying off what we had for those 3 payments. I want to make sure more than that. After our last meeting, we had discussed it. I want to make sure you were aware that we paid down the deferred payroll, and plus, you know, we've been payroll now, it doesn't get processed. You know, we've got taxes, we've got everything, so that's all paid in one fell swoop. And our monthly payroll is 26,000. Yeah. Is it missing? Well, our payroll is when we include our fees and everything else, it's 26,000. I'm not sure if
If I could say something about the finances, one last time. On your PDF page 18 of 42, there's a comparison of prior year from 17 to 18, and what I, as a learned, trained accountant, when I look at the liabilities of 2018 to 2017, obviously you come down and you see this negative equity, right? And what it's telling us is that you guys are being very responsible with your money, because if you look at the different years, you have more deferred revenue. Deferred revenue is we're creating. In the past, we wouldn't put that on the balance sheet, but we're being stewards of the money that we're getting, and we're saying we can't put that in income yet because we haven't given the service. So I'm sharing that with you because as business owner, that's the way you should do your businesses too, is you get money ahead of time. You can't recognize that as income because you promised the service. We promised the service. So as you can look there, look at the deferred revenue. We have more deferred revenue accounts in 18 than we had in 17. So that's, I want to point out that affects why you have a negative equity. Okay, but that deferred revenue, there should be an offsetting asset, and that offsetting asset is generally in cash or in receivable. So you need to make sure that you have enough there. But that's one thing. But it tells me that, but it also tells me that you've got the right financial people in place now. You just need to go. So I said there's 2 schedules, but the other schedule is on 24 of 42. Yeah, that's where you're comparing the budget to actual. And the only thing I have to say about that, and you hit the nail on the head, is don't feel bad that we didn't meet the budget, because the hardest thing on any budget when you're budgeting is you're saying to yourself, well, gee, I can budget expenses. I just look at last year's expenses. That's the easy part of the budget. The hard part is, how many new customers am I gonna have? And so you're gonna guess that, but you gotta maybe, I don't know if we've done stretch goals or not so stretch goals. So you gotta maybe think of that, and then you put in a conservative revenue number for next. And if you exceed it, that's it. A lot of people do the stretch goal. No.
We try to be
do something, especially in a nonprofit. Okay, that's all I have to say. But nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to piggyback on that, you gotta give credit to Marilyn, Julian, Juan, and the rest of the staff, because they work together to make sure that we understand what needs to be recognized from, what's the first, what gets recognized, and how this is done. Anyway, that's my report, unless you have any other questions.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you for saying that, Mr. Macias, because I think it's important that the board understands that and realizes. I feel comfortable. Thank you. Okay, before we move into, yes,
Real quick, I'm sorry, I forgot one thing. And, you guys are seeing, hearing that we got this grant coming through, and we're talking about this contract. We have infinity contracts that we're negotiating now. I do want to make sure I recognize Council Dave Garcia, because one of the practices we do now is I make sure he gets every contract. I mean, with the simplest one, he says, yeah, that's fine, right? But we're trying to make sure that we catch anything that we may be missing on our end that we've always taken for granted. So in my report, I forgot to thank Dave from his perspective as a engaged member of the staff and the team, of making sure that from a legal standpoint, we're protected, that, we've got those clauses in that we need to have.
Thank you for that. Okay, we're gonna, before we move into the events, give Anaku Bless a couple of minutes to address the board, her colleagues.
Yes.
Welcome.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes.
This is Veronica, so I was speaking and I was on mute.
Yes.
I had a question about the finances.
Sure.
So something I started to implement this year with my customers in the invoices is late fee charges. Can we do that with our sponsors? Is there something that goes up against that, or I don't know if you can put that into practice. For every invoice that's late 45 days, I'm charging a 5%.
Madam Chair, that discussion came up yesterday at the foundation. So we're exploring it. We kind of reverse it. We kind of give them some incentive to pay early, so we don't have to do that collection part. So that's another avenue that we're exploring and seeing how well that's received. And that's why I said one of the sponsors said that they were committed to 7,500. They sent us 2,500. I thought they were feeling guilty about being a couple months, a month slow in paying. But anyway, yeah, no, that is being looked at now because the foundation bought it.
And Ms. Corona, right after we do the Anacuba's speaks and the Bigosichis events, I have a message for this board regarding some participation for the foundation, where I think we'd be educated before we come to these meetings. And not in a bad way, but the things that we're doing now, we're giving Mr. Durand and his team probably more of the work, and a lot of the work is getting done at the foundation, which I'm happy. But okay, thank you, Ms. Kulas.
Can I address?
Yeah, sure.
On her point, just real quick. Anna, this Kim Macias. How are you?
Veronica.
Veronica. Veronica.
So
Veronica. Nice comment, but I just want to let you know that I've been in practicing CPA now for 40 years. Hate to tell you that. But over that career, I just want to say to that comment, there is a difference between profit organizations and nonprofit organizations. And profit organizations, I would wholeheartedly tell you, if you're not collecting, build an extra, okay? In nonprofit organizations, that's a slippery slope. And it's been my observation that that generally isn't done because the sponsors sort of, I've already committed to you, you're gonna get your money, you just, gonna have it. So there's a difference there, but it's a good suggestion and you should explore it some, okay? Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
Think of the oddity, what we're saying is, please send us money, and if you're late, we're gonna charge you.
Okay. Ms.
I know, I
Stewart.
thought of that, but I'm trying.
Oh, yes, please. Yes. I mean, before, sorry, but we
need a motion.
We need a motion to accept.
Don't move to accept the financial statement.
Second.
I'll move.
Okay, wait, who motioned it?
Actually, I'll second Marcus.
Okay.
You motioned?
Yeah.
You move.
And Dennis second?
Okay, discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any noes?
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries, financial report accepted. Thank you for that reminder. Thank you. Ms. Cubas.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here with you today as a candidate for the Los Angeles Unified School District, Board District 5. Thank you. I've been on this board now for, I think, two and a half years, and I have to tell you, you've become my family. And I was very excited and thrilled last August to help with the convention and making sure LA City welcomed us and that we had the convention bags. And I've learned a lot from all of you. Most importantly, I've learned how we need to be advocates, strong advocates for our small businesses. And since joining the board back in August 2016, I've become a small business owner myself. And so I know, having now 2 years of experience as a small business owner, certified, minority owned, small business, locally based, what you all have to go through. So I'm very excited to take on this next step in my life. I am facing a fast and furious campaign because the election is on March 5th. And I need your help. I am asking your endorsement, of course, because you have my pledge and my commitment to work with you to ensure that the LAUSD procurement opportunities are open to our small businesses. LAUSD has an $8 billion budget. That's larger than most countries. It has millions of dollars in procurement opportunities, yet our communities are still being left out. And so I envision working with you as a board member and having procurement fairs, procurement workshops, and being a warrior for you as an organization and for our small business owners to be able to access those resources, because you're talking about multi-million-dollar contracts, sometimes larger than state contracts or City of LA contracts. Many of you know my story. I'm committed to education because for me, education was a way out of poverty. I came to this country when I was 10 years old from El Salvador. I was brought here. I was a refugee. I spent about 2 months in a detention center because my family and I were apprehended at the border. At that time, they did not have a family separation policy. So I remember being 10 with my younger sister being 6 and my dad. So he's the one that brought us here. My mom was already in Los Angeles. So I know how cruel this policy is, and I know how unnecessary it is. Because yes, we were detained, but we were in a family detention center that was basically a big house. And it was cozy and friendly. I mean, obviously it was still a traumatic experience, but I had my dad looking out for me and my sister. So I arrived at a public school at the age of 10, 5th grade, not knowing a word of English, poor. My dad used to stand in corners begging for work as a day laborer. My mom to this day cleans houses for a living. Within 2 years, my teachers transitioned me to full English proficiency. And then in high school, I had a history teacher, Mr. Katie, who encouraged me to go to college. I'm the first in my family to go to college. I attended UC Berkeley, where I graduated with highest honors. I went on to get my master's degree at Princeton University with a full scholarship. I've worked in Washington, D.C. for the U.S. Department of Education doing federal compliance visits for federal monies. I worked in Sacramento for the Legislative Analyst Office for 2 years, so I understand the budget well. And most of my career I spent in Los Angeles working at LA City Hall or the school board as a staff member. So I know politics well, and I certainly know our communities well. And I feel that I believe I am the most qualified candidate because of my immigrant background, because of my work experience. And now I really want to thank you because you've expanded my worldview and my appreciation for small businesses and for this association and for all of you. So I ask for your endorsement. I'll tell you that the campaign is tough, but there have been 3 polls done. All 3 polls show that I'm in the top 2 or the top 3. Okay, so the primary is March 5th. That means I have to be in the top 2 to get into the runoff, which is May 14th. So despite not having a lot of money, because I'm not beholden to any special interest, I'm advocating for the kids, I'm doing really well, but I need you to get me through the next 4 weeks because the election is really 4 weeks away. A mailer that we send to voters, I'm sorry for having my back to you, costs, anywhere from $5,000 to $12,000. And my budget is very tight, but I know how to use the funding. I know a lot about campaigns. One thing we're excited about is we're using texting, what Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez used in New York, her same system, which is called Relay. Yesterday, I was texting for 2 hours. I reached 1,800 voters. So I'm excited because on a lean budget, we can do a lot, but I still need your help. Between now and March 5th, I need to raise $60,000. I've already raised to date $60,000, but I need to get to the finish line. This is a very unique race because you have a district. The board district demographically is 90% Latino, yet the top candidates that I'm competing against are Anglo women. So you have a racial dynamic here that is concerning to me because if I don't make it to the runoff, if we lose this seat, we are going to lose it for 12 years because those are the term limits for LAUSD board members. So as a Hispanic, Latino organization, I think it's in your best interest to invest in me and endorse me because this is a critical juncture for this seat and I need your help. And I kindly ask for your endorsement. I also kindly ask for your donation. I did bring my remit forms here. I can also put you online to make a donation. The maximum is $1,200. So from the PAC, I'd ask the maximum. And if any of you can max out to me today, I'd really appreciate it. I'm working really, really hard for you. And I pledge my complete and total devotion to you in ensuring that Latinos get access to the procurement opportunities at LAUSD. Thank you.
And if I may, I've known Anna for many, many years. Helped her on her campaign race for city council in the LA Live area, which she's really, really close. But we spoke about this, and I said, Anna, we know that you're there for the kids. We know that you're there for education. We are a small business organization, first and foremost. I said, bring that to the table. That's what we're about, and about opening up those contracts to our small businesses. Like you said, LA Unified School District has done a lousy job on making those contracts available to our small businesses, especially our communities of color.
Yep.
So I think that I'm great that you talked about that. You're committed to that, and that's all I have to say on that.
Yeah.
Mr. Duran, and then Julio Baeza, and then
Just Bob had a question.
Can you tell us quickly, summarize and what the dispute is going on down in LA School District and what you're thinking?
Sure, sure. So for many school boards and school districts, we have a philosophical distinction sometimes between board members about charter schools. Now, the state of California passed a charter school law 15 years ago that basically said that any group can incorporate as a public school to provide education to children, right? So most of the charter schools that are incorporated, they're incorporated with the Secretary of State as a 501c3. So some of the union members have taken objection to the growth of charter schools over the past 15 years because what's happened is the charter schools provide options for families, the majority are Latino families, by the way, in low income areas, and taking away the enrollment from the local neighborhood school. Okay, so that's really the issue. Now, some charter schools are unionized, so they have American Federation of Teachers as their representative, and they do collective bargaining with the charter school administrators. So what I'll tell you is I have myself developed 2 charter schools, but I'm also an American Federation of Teacher union dues paying member because I teach at East LA College as an adjunct professor. So for me, I am a collaborator and someone that will help both sides sit down and work for the kids because the issue has gone a bit out of hand. It is way too divisive. People are being vilified and demonized for being one or the other. And I believe that I have the experience of both points of view, and I can bring both sides to the table to work for what's in the best interest of our kids. My motto is I'm the independent voice for our children's education. I'm not pro-union or endorsed by UTLA. I'm not pro-charter. I'm not endorsed by the Charters Association. And so I think that's what's needed at LAUSD. This is the deciding vote out of the 7 elected board members. They've been pretty deadlocked, 3-3. My seat is the deciding vote.
Mr. King?
Yeah.
No, Julio, I'm sorry. Mr. Aiza.
Yeah, I had 2 questions. One, sorry, I know you've been in the board already for a while here with us. So why you come so late to ask you to be endorsed? Okay, that's one question.
Mm-hmm.
And the second question is, it doesn't create conflict if we endorse you because you are a board member. So, because I have experience about that in the past. So we used to have other members in other organizations running for city council positions. And I know we have to ask them to step up, and then we can recognize to be endorsed. Okay, so that was my 2 questions, and I believe the first one you can respond to us why you come too late, and the other question maybe Frank or maybe Dennis has more knowledge about that. Could you please then? And my second question.
So let me answer the first question. So the filing deadline for this position was November 13th. Okay, so that's when I filed. So it's January and the election is in March. So I'm here. I don't think I'm actually late. I'm pretty much on time given our board agenda process.
No, but I'm sorry, but I see it in the last meeting, the one we have it in, I believe it was near to Los Angeles. I know you brought it up, you're planning to do that, I mean, you're talking about around 4 months ago.
She can't officially ask for endorsement until she officially applies.
Yes.
Until I filed,
Thank
yes.
you for clarification.
Yes. Thank you.
This is our first meeting since she's.
Yes, since I've been an official candidate.
Right.
Sam, can you speak on the other?
So until there's a motion in front of us, we're just having a general discussion. Certainly when it comes time to vote and for freedom of expression, we would ask the candidate to step out. But there's no inherent conflict of us endorsing them. Okay. But it does take a motion, and when it comes time to actually discuss that motion, you should ask the candidate to step out.
Did you have a question, Mr. King?
Actually, I was going to offer to make that motion, because we're now discussing it, we should discuss a particular motion. So I move that that California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce endorse the candidacy of Anna Cubas to the LAS school district.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Thank you.
So,
Now we
okay,
can discuss.
Now we're in discussion.
Should I step out or not yet?
No, we're still
Oh,
having
you want to ask a question of me or the
No,
board?
now we're doing discussion. Any discussion? Anybody on the phone have any questions or discussion?
I have two questions, but she had questions.
Yeah, I mean, I have no doubt that you will do a great job, and I am pro endorsing her, but I have a question because I'm very interested, like all of us. Some of the strategies that you think you're gonna implement, you know, when you are there, to increase the, you know, contracting for small businesses, because it's very challenging.
Yes, yes. So throughout my career, I've seen best practices, and there's two that I really like that I will actually work with you to either find funding for or to help me implement. So one is what we call matchmaking opportunities, where the smaller companies get to match up with a prime vendor, let's say for really large contracts, so that there is a fruitful partnership. So that's one. I've seen that work very well in the city of LA. Number two, for the city of LA, for the big LA airport expansion and modernization, the Board of Commissioners took a policy that they would have separate procurement RFPs. One for small businesses only, one for medium-sized firms, and one for large firms. And that's what I will be a proponent of at the school district. Typically, the RFPs are issued and they're really meant for large companies. And who are the large companies? You know, not us, right? So that's a good public policy, actually, to break out and carve out specific procurement opportunities for small businesses only, or medium-sized businesses. Yeah, so those are the two things I would do. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, do you have a question?
Yes, I did. I actually wanted to expand upon the motion to add consideration by the PAC to contribute to the campaign in addition to the endorsement.
Thank you. Do we need to do it?
So we should probably make a simple amendment.
Yes, sir.
And so he's moving that we. Mr. Vice Chair, I'm assuming you're saying something to the effect is, I move that we direct the PAC to actively engage in contributing to that campaign.
That is correct.
Okay.
So, entertain a second? Second. A second by Mr. Gomez. Yes, thank you. I apologize.
So
We obviously have no objection. Pardon? We obviously have no objection.
I have absolutely no objection. Okay. But it's actually not up to me because it's an independent motion. Before I get into the motions themselves, we should continue to ask the question, any questions that we might have of the candidate, and then ask the candidate to step out so that we can start voting on the motions.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I have several questions. First off, in relation to the PAC, I just want to get on the funding here of your candidacy. Number one, individuals can contribute to your candidacy up to a maximum of $1,200.
Yes.
Now, relating to the PAC, what's the maximum for PACs?
It's also $1,200.
$1,200. Okay, that's the first question.
And also for business, individual PAC or business is $1,200. Yeah.
Good. Thank you for clarifying all that.
Yeah.
Some of us might consider all three levels.
Thank you.
Okay. As far as when you went through your presentation, you have two other very serious candidates, and it seems you're kind of the independent voice, but it seems like the other candidates, I was inferring that one of them might be with the unions. Is that a good inference?
Yes.
That they're with the unions, which as a business owner sort of bothers me, so I just thought I flush that out a little bit. And then you talk about, I hear candidates all the time talk about how they're gonna help with procurement and everything else, but sometimes this is a government organization, okay? And government organization, even if it's a school district, is like a city or a county, and their hands are kind of hamstrung. They're tied up because this thing called Proposition 209. Proposition 209 says that you cannot, favor any particular group, whether it's minority or whatever. And most of our businesses that that we have are small businesses that need a helping hand and would like to have policies that are available in the utilities, because utilities, by the way, why are they able to? They're private. They're an organization of private business. Private business can do what they want, but governments can't. So how are you? I mean, that's a nice thing to say.
Yep.
But how are you gonna get around that?
So the way the
Procurement
city
opportunity
of
for our
LA
business.
has done it is to focus on the designation of small business, and they also have what's called disadvantaged business. There's also a designation for woman-owned business. So those three can, by law, be utilized. By the way,
Be utilized. So
And-
that means for businesses like our businesses, have to be certified in all these other different areas. Okay.
Yes.
To make it happen.
Yes, and some of you are already certified by the state of California. I became certified with the state of California, with LA Metro, LA County, LA City, and so the LAUSD honors those certifications, so you don't have to redo it.
Okay. Now,
But the way to get at it is the way that the airports did it, which is to do a public policy that is specifically carved out. LA Metro also did it for a small size or medium sized business, because oftentimes that's us. Yeah.
Okay, one last thing, because it's a government organization. I don't know if you've heard, you probably have because you've been out of government. The governments are facing some huge deficits themselves. Primarily, one of the big things that are pushing it in the last couple of years is us bad accountants. We're bad. We're bad. One of the things that we're bad about is we force government organizations to put on their balance sheet once and for all their pensions. Pensions were not on the balance sheet just 10 years ago. We forced them to put it on their balance sheet because we created a higher level financial statement that is accrual, just like businesses. Accrual helps you with long-term obligations. Well, one long-term obligation is your pension. But another long-term obligation is your OPEB, other post-employment benefits. That includes health care.
Yep.
That we promised. So those things are now on the balance sheet. As of last year, actually, the OPEB got up.
Yeah.
So big numbers. I don't know if any candidate is addressing that, but somehow that school district's going to have to pay that. I don't have the financial statements in it, but if you pull them, you'll see that's a big those are big numbers. Someone's going to need to address how we're going to do that.
Yeah.
So it's more of a suggestion that you're going to need to do that.
Yes, and that's really was the point of the teacher strike, right? Because the teachers union said, well, you have a surplus. The district was saying, no, we don't, because we have these long-term liabilities and we need a reserve fund to take care of these. So somehow they got to a compromise, but you're right. For public entities, those two are really, really huge. And I'll tell you that from my experience working at the Legislative Analyst Office, that's what we did. We analyzed budgets, and I'm actually a little budget geek when it comes to public entity budgets, and I'd love, I see myself having an advisory council or committee made up of business owners to help the district get through that muck of a mess that we do have.
And one last compliment, as an accountant, you warmed my heart just now. Because you use the word reserve fund. Okay. Schwarzenegger and others have used the words rainy day fund. Okay.
Right.
Reserve fund, that's the right word.
Thank you. Yes, and that's because I'm a budget geek.
Marcus?
Yes. Well, Anna, first of all, I commend you for running, and I would just say that the commitment and what you talked about matchmaking, because I think one of the most important ways to to really address and really get those contracts to small business owners is to actually let us know when are those contracts coming, setting up the workshops, how do you sign up, how do you get on the platform, how do you have face-to-face interactions, because that's key. That's where it's at. And when, like I was mentioning earlier, about having people inside city, counties, school districts that are small business friendly, that can say, hey, guess what? There's all this money coming up. You guys should come in and, you know, get prepared, get signed up, have the insurance, all your everything prepared, and this is how you do it. Having the roadmap.
Yes.
And so that's, you know, if you have a commitment to do that, if and when you get elected, to actually come back and continue to actually have those workshops and that procurement, all of that
Yeah.
it actually happens. So.
And I'll tell you, I'd love to work also with our African American chambers of commerce. Can you imagine how powerful it would be if we hosted together a procurement fair or workshop, matchmaking? It's about unity also, because when we're united, we're very powerful. People pay attention.
We'll have Mr. King and then Jenny Chamberlain. I think we'll move on. And on that subject, you'll when you win, you'll have the opportunity to probably do that in the Inland Empire.
Great, good.
Mr. Macias raised a question about Proposition 209, which has been the real demarcation of procurement activities in times past, and then almost nothing afterwards. We, our local chamber, is the PTAC for Santa Clara County, so we're very engaged. Which you were describing, Anna, is wouldn't it be nice if, well, we're going to do our second annual procurement in concert with the Ethnic Chambers of Commerce coming up on April 30th, so we're already actively engaged. What Anna is right, Ken and others, in that, yes, they cannot now allocate special set-asides for ethnic minorities. They cannot do that. However, they can and they do special points for small businesses. And if they wish, they can take the next step and they can do outreach to various communities by issuing outreach contract opportunities. So it could make sense that the school district, if it chooses to, can enter into a contract with a local ethnic chamber of commerce to be able to send some outreach activities or put on workshops to promote contract opportunities.
That's right.
So it's no longer interpreted as saying, well, we can't do anything. Okay, we can do stuff. We can do it. We have to be careful, but we definitely can do that. Obviously, as a program in California, we can't say that we discriminate. So even as we do outreach from Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, it certainly can and does include non-Hispanics. But obviously, we know where our heart is, and so we know what we're going to be doing in terms of promoting our constituents for these kind of contract opportunities. So we should be encouraging, I mean, $8 million, that's basically what the state does. So it's an amazing amount. In our area, we've got $3 billion coming from the county, and we're just now, for the first time, being much more proactive in pursuing that. So I think that's the next really big wave. But we also need to recognize the political ramifications, and that is the economic powers that be, and it's not in the Hispanic communities, they're not going to give up these billions of dollars easily. So be aware of the course that we're taking. It's a very important one, but it does have ramifications.
I'll be very brief with mine, but I just want to compliment our board for entertaining your endorsement. I know a lot of times those of us who work in government, we get some slack because we're not quote-unquote business owners, but this is a pivotal moment in our board, because to have a board member who is running for office, I think Marcos and I can attest, the influence that we have within our communities because we're in government or because you are going to be an elected official or if I work as an official is tremendous. And what we learn here and what we can take back makes us better lobbyists and better advocates overall. So I just want to commend you on your run. I will personally endorse you and personally contribute. Maybe I can't contribute 1,200, but I'll do what I can.
Any amount helps.
And I will spread the word through our
Thank
Facebook
you.
and encourage all of us, even though
Yes.
we don't live in her district, we can contribute and have our friends and family because it's
Yes.
important to have someone like you on
Thank
LASD's program.
So, and I'll just say two last things. One is the LAUSD is a majority Latino district. Over 80% of the 620,000 children are Latino. And number two, I've been endorsed by the Rubio sisters, Assemblywoman Blanca Rubio and State Senator Susan Rubio, who is a friend, right, to this chamber. And we are part of the sisterhood. So we're helping each other get elected. So thank you.
Thank you. And one more discussion, I think we will ask
Okay, I'll step out.
our colleague to step out for a moment. Should we staff and for staff? No, okay. Thank you. No, I think that's fine.
Are we voting as a pack or are we voting?
Oh, the live feed?
Yeah.
Oh, can we're gonna shut the live feed though.
Yes.
Alex, can you
Yes.
shut down the live feed?
I will do it right now.
Not the board members?
Yes. Well, they'll stay on. The live feed
We got a unanimous vote.
Yes.
Marcos.
Yes. Yes.
She doesn't know which way.
And, you know, it's not many times that I get to congratulate a fellow board member for first having the courage to run for office. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. I just don't have the wherewithal. But this board has unanimously agreed to endorse you, and also ask the PAC to look into endorsing and contributing to your campaign. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
And it was unanimous.
Aww.
And you're still on board.
This is huge.
This
Right?
is huge, right?
This is a big, I mean, this is.
Yeah, I really
I'm emotional
appreciate
myself.
it. Thank
We're
you.
proud of you.
Thank you.
And our past chairman did remind us that he couldn't vote, but that his wallet will speak for itself.
Good. And with that, here are my remit forms. I will pass them around. Thank you, everyone. And you really are like my family, and I always look forward to seeing you all at our board meetings and at the conventions. When I first started out, I didn't know what I got myself into, but I've really grown to love all of you and appreciate everything that you do, and you've certainly taught me a lot, and I want to make you proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you know anybody at Puerto Long Beach?
I do know people at the Port of Long Beach.
Let me help you, Ana.
Yes, gracias. Gracias.
Maybe you can pass those out, Ms.
Yes. So you can do checks or credit cards.
So we're going to move on.
Or online. Gracias.
PayPal.
Yeah, I do have online too.
Yeah.
Come back to order.
Yes.
And we're going to move to item 10.
Let me get that to you.
Real quick, and I'm sure Chair Emeritus Macias says, man, I should have never gone to that meeting. But we always, it's of course always great to have Cam.
Especially when it comes up this track.
Right.
Yeah, right.
But you know what he brings to the table as well. So, real quick, I'm gonna be quick, and I'm gonna turn it over to Brenna on the convention. You guys all in your packet, you got to save the dates. You also email and on social media. We ask that you get that out. You should have all be able to have that little postcard type electronic message of all the key dates. The one that I do want to speak on before I turn over to Brenna on convention is the Policy Summit. We kind of rebranded the California Hispanic Business Policy Summit. This year we will have also the CAPS program participating there as well. So we do want everybody March 13th here in Sacramento. So get on your calendars. We'd love to have the entire board here to participate. I think the team's working on some fantastic programming for it. As I said, on the census and the landscape of California, a little bit more substance into the programming, and then of course the business. Prior to that time, we will get everybody the key information that they need on our policies and our positions, and working with the committee on all of that. So, Policy Summit, March 13th. We expect everybody here. We don't block any rooms. But if you are planning to stay overnight, please let us know. We'll do our best to find great rates for you guys to help you go by a better rate than what you get on actual location. It's at the Citizen Hotel, which is right down the street on 9th and J. Kind of, we've been at the convention center quite a few times. It's kind of bland and everything else. So the Citizen Hotel where we're at, we're in the part that has the view, right, overlooking the Capitol one. Yeah. So it lends itself to some ambiance. So. It's still walking distance, a couple blocks from the Capitol.
Is that going to be the prior day of the retreat, right? Like it is a combo. Is that you're talking about legislative?
Yeah, this is the policy summit. It's just the one day, 13th.
Oh, okay. It's not with a retreat.
No.
It's something I saw.
Retreat is later on in the year. That's it. And then the other events are listed there, but that's the one event that I do want to speak on. We have a number of Maria will talk more about the Elevate activities that we got for procurement going on throughout the state as well. The chairman has been here all week. March 13th. I'll move on if there's no questions on any of the events. Yes, sir.
Real quick, usually after the legislative event, do we do something at the old governor's
Yes,
mansion?
we'll still do the reception.
We're still gonna do
Yeah,
something.
we're
there?
coordinating with the
Okay.
governor's office.
And the governor.
We're working on it. We're working on it. We developed a relationship with the team there, so we're working on that. We may lean on some of our friends there too to give him some additional pressure to make sure that he's there.
Great.
So yeah, so it's exciting. So it's just the legend and the reception. You know, we've been staff and the committee, the convention committee, have been moving forward with the convention. A lot of new ideas, a lot of new ways of how we're doing things. Moving people away from the hotel and, you know, being able to really give a true experience. I have to thank my staff who's been working hard at it and working and with Brenna and the committee, Jose Plasencia and Brenna, have been all, I mean, coordinating very well and putting together what I think is going to be, again, one of our most successful conventions. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Director Butler Garcia to talk about the convention and where we're at there. Is Jose Plasencia on the line? No? Brenna, it's all yours.
Should be.
Hi, so Jose is on the line, and I'm going to let him start it off because he's got to get going.
Mr. Plasencia.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. It's an honor to at least be virtually and remote with you. The convention report, which Jenna will be, or Brenda will be sharing with you today, I can tell you is a accumulation of a lot of staff time and our time. I'll let Brenda get into the details, but I can assure you that from a event facilitation and project management perspective, we are taking our due diligence, and with our combined expertise in those both fields, I think you'll be very pleased with the progress that we've made, the tasks that we have delivered, and the direction that we are going. The old adage of project management is tried and true right in front of us. Time and resources divided by money will equal a really great event. And once again, I'd like to thank staff with their combined experience and our CEO are really facilitating great results in a very short period of time. On the other end, you have Brenda Butler Garcia, who is, I can tell you, the key person, boots on the ground in Stockton, California. One of the great reasons that we do is that both Julian and Brenna are there. They know the players. They have easy access to decision makers. Brenna's going to talk a little bit about our meetings with the mayor, the police chief, city council members, so on and so forth, the Port of Stockton, and these are barriers, ladies and gentlemen, not easily accessible, particularly in very large metro areas like LA or San Francisco. Both Julian and Brenna have really done a fantastic job. I'll stay in the background here to support Brenna, but I'm going to take it and leave it up to you, Brenna, to kick it off. Here you go. Here comes the football. Catch it.
Thank you very much, Jose. You know, Jose touched on it, but I think that everybody is probably tired of hearing from me at this point. I really am appreciative to Julian and his staff, and certainly the vice chair and Jose, because I am on the phone with them every single day, working on this convention, and it's been time-consuming but very exciting. So the chairman touched on it. He has been here all week this week, and Julian and I started out with a couple of really impressive meetings at the beginning of the week in Stockton. The first was with the Stockton Metropolitan Airport. We met with the director and deputy director, who had just made a formal announcement that the Stockton Airport will be receiving daily service to LAX through United and SkyWest.
It was scheduled to kick off that service on August 20th, but after our meeting with the airport, they quickly got in touch with United, and United has agreed to back up their start date in order to accommodate our convention attendees. So service, direct service LAX twice daily will begin on August 16th. Prior to this part of our convention, so we're very excited about that, and we're already working with the airport and sorry.
Was that August 16th?
Yeah, you broke up.
August 16th is the start date, and we will have we will in advance of that have a press event jointly with the airport to announce that kickoff. So CHCCs will be front and center for that. The second meeting that we had was with the Economic Development Director for the City of Stockton, Micah Runner. That was also a very effective meeting, and the city has committed not only resources to this convention, but the full support of their team in the development of convention curriculum, off-site tours. In Stockton, one of the unique aspects to that community is that much of it designated an opportunity zone. And so a big part of our convention will be talking about and addressing how chambers view economic development and how we can make an impact in our local communities. Those opportunity zones are a great example of that. And then moving on to Wednesday's meetings with our chairman, we had several attendees that joined with us. And our meetings consisted of the Convention and Visitors Bureau, which in Stockton is called the Visit Stockton team. Visit Stockton was instrumental in helping us put together the bid package for the 2019 convention. So again, working with their connections with the ownership of the arena and management of the arena, which is FNG, and the Downtown Stockton Alliance, we were able to receive their commitment to resources and promotions surrounding the convention. We also had meetings with the San Joaquin County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Jesus Andrade is the CEO of that agency, and he is also a sitting Stockton City Council member. So while he couldn't join us with our meetings that day, he certainly has been an instrumental part of developing this convention. One of the most exciting meetings I think that we had of the day was with the Port of Stockton. We met with the chair of the commission, Sylvester Aguilar, who's a former board member of San Joaquin Hispanic Chamber, quite well known to most of us and been around the chamber network for a while, and the director of the port, Richard Ashiris. So what came out of that meeting was significant. The Port of Stockton will be very instrumental in our international trade activities at the convention. Furthermore, they will be offering some really different aspects. We'll be doing port tours that will be conducted, a water tour, so we'll be on a boat. They also have extended an invitation for an off-site reception that will be held at the port, and I know the director quite well, both personally and professionally, and he's fully prepared to roll out the red carpet for our chamber. So that was really an exciting meeting for us. We also met with the Chief of Police, Eric Jones, and the Stockton team, and we're able to gain some commitments from law enforcement, both from a logistical standpoint for the convention, but also to encourage some best practices and sharing that to take place at the convention. The Stockton PD has several really interesting, unique programs, including the Trust program that has seen national success. So the PD and Chief Jones are committed to discussing those in development of our convention curriculum. And our final meeting of the day was with Stockton Mayor Michael Tubbs. For those of you that may have heard about Michael, he's a pretty dynamic and exciting guy. At the age of 22, he was a Stanford grad and received word from his mother that his cousin had been shot in Stockton. And so he decided to come back home. And over the course of that, he ran for Stockton City Council and won in one of the lowest voting districts in the city. But what he did successfully was really start to mend bridges and create very interesting and exciting programs that haven't been done anywhere else in the country. So when he made the announcement that he would be running for mayor, he was the only candidate that was supported by Oprah Winfrey.
Really?
You've probably seen him. He's been in Forbes magazine. He's been on the Tonight Show. He's done a lot on what's the HBO. So he's really getting out there on a national platform. He's very excited to have the convention here. This will be the first major convention the city of Stockton has ever seen. So he is very excited about that. He started a foundation over the course of his first year as mayor called the Reinvent Stockton Foundation. And within that foundation, there are several really notable programs. One of them is the Stockton Scholars Program, where right now, for the first time ever, any student who goes through Stockton Unified School District and graduates with college-level GPA will receive $2,000 per year for 4 years if they attend a 4-year university, or $1,000 per year for 4 years if they attend a junior college. This was a fund that was backed heavily by the private business community and took a huge endowment to make that happen. My company took a big stake in wanting to see the success of that program. And he's also started several other programs, which we'll talk about during the convention. The Reinvent Stockton Foundation has been quite a tagline for the city as it emerged from bankruptcy to become one of the most, today, fiscally sound cities, one of the top 4 most fiscally sound cities in the nation. And so with that, we've announced the theme for our convention, which will be Reinvent Opportunity. And it's really going to play well with what's taking place in Stockton. So we've developed some exciting aspects. We'll have the convention kickoff day being August 21st. That'll be focused solely on international trade with several different convention tracks. August 22nd will be our Reinvent Opportunities Day, where we'll really start to talk about how chambers can influence and impact and look at creating new programs that spark economic development in their communities. And Latina Empresaria Day will be August 23rd. We will have some pre-convention activities on August 20th. We'll have a golf tournament at the reserve at Stanos Park. And this year we're also going to be offering something that's a little different, but again, in the encouragement of getting out into the community and really understanding the region a little better. We'll be doing a full day of educational wine tasting in Lodi. So we're very excited about that. The city of Lodi is home to over 100 wineries. There's actually more in the city of Lodi than there are in the city of Napa, I think, for a tasting room.
Sonoma people are frowning.
Sonoma, hey.
How good.
Let's not get carried away here. Come on.
I'm just teasing.
Momento que soy lento.
So we're also looking at doing some off-site tours. One of them will be a Stockton downtown investment tour that will really look at some of those opportunity zones throughout the city. Another, I mentioned before, the port tours by boat. And then we will be incorporating, of course, again, our Shark Tank competitions, our millennial receptions, and the awards gala, which we've traditionally had. One of the other things that makes the convention a little unique this year is that we worked really hard with staff and the committee to develop several tracks for the convention. We think that these are going to be tracks that are going to be most relevant to our attendees. The first track will be focused on entrepreneurialism, business training, and education, which of course we all know is a big focus for many of our teams. The second will be procurement. The third will be our chamber training, so different courses that can strengthen the internal network of our chambers throughout the state. And then finally, we're also adding a corporate diversity and inclusion track. So we know that we have a lot of corporate attendees every year, and we want to make sure that we're bringing content to them that's relevant. And part of where we see a marriage between the chamber and our corporates is on educating them on the importance of their diversity and inclusion programs. So that'll be a big focus for this year's convention. I've put together a few notes for everybody. Our convention website and registration go live date will be February 11th. And then Julian had noted this earlier, but our request for proposals or RFPs will be prepared for launch on February 11th. We've worked with staff to develop a really aggressive approach to our RFPs this year. So it is a requirement that companies that successfully obtain one of the contracts via the RFP will have to be a member of a local Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I mean, at the end of the day, we are a membership organization, and we're here to promote our members. We also are looking at launching a really, go ahead.
Yes, but also a member of any of our member chambers, am I correct? Because we do have the
That's correct. Any regional Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, any member of ours.
Yes, because we do have the African American chambers, the Asian Business Association. Yeah. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
We also have a really robust marketing plan that we've put together. So in addition to the launch of the website date, we will have a save the date that will go live in March. And then our PR launch plan will be subject to the development of our RFP. And so you'll see our aggressive marketing plan that will really be comprehensive in future. That will launch in May. We do have, again, the other thing that we're really focused on is our awards and our awardees for this year's convention. So we've also launched an aggressive campaign to make sure that we are properly promoting the awardees for this year's convention. The launch date of the nomination will be February 11th. Our submission deadline for nominations will be April 1st at 5:30 p.m. And our recipient announcements will be put out in a press event on May 1st of 2019. Our awardees will also be subject to several requirements this year. While we want to make sure that we're recognizing really worthy awardees, we also want to make sure that they're present and that they can commit to the necessary kind of behind the scenes things that we need to do in order to be able to present them as awardees. So they will be expected to attend the press event on May 1st. We will have a mandatory photo shoot that will take place in May. And then we will have a last option for those folks that are coming from Southern California. We realize that it may be difficult for them to get to Northern California before the convention. So we will have a last opportunity for them on August 20th to be able to participate in that photo shoot. And then, of course, they will have to be present on the day of the ceremony that they're being recognized. Any questions so far?
I just have a quick comment before the remarks. I think you forgot. First of all, thank you, Madam Chair and Co-Chair Plasencia for all your due diligence. But I think you forgot one of the most important topics of this convention that I kept hammering. Of course, I'm a grandfather. Can you talk about that other portion?
Sure.
As we recognize the importance of our families and children in our everyday lives as business owners?
Yeah. So that is something that kind of came out organically during our meetings this week. But Frank brought up a good point, and you all know us, and you know that you often see us with Boss 2 boys in tow, right? They come along with us to many of these activities, and we want to encourage that with other chamber attendees. So we will be looking at ways to help make this kind of a family-friendly event. We're fortunate that in Stockton, there's several opportunities for family activities, particularly during the summertime. Things like water bikes on the Delta, there's opportunity cruises, there's the Children's Museum, there are water parks. So we'll be looking at, we have, in fact, right where we'll be staying at the Waterfront Plaza Hotel, there's the arena next door, and right next door to that is the Port baseball facility, which is 9,000 feet baseball diamond. So we'll be looking at ways to package tickets and opportunities for our families to enjoy this experience. We'll even be looking to our partners to the south of us and to the north in Lodi to see if there's an interest in partnering with us to offer some additional activities, particularly even for families that want to stay through the weekend.
Thank you, Brenda. Marcos.
Yes, Brenda, Marco Suarez here. First of all, I want to commend you and thank you for the work that you and your committee are all doing, because know firsthand that it does take a lot of work, and it sounds, everything you mentioned here, it just looks like it's going to be a great convention. Looking forward to it. On the wineries, I was wondering if you guys have identified any Latino-owned wineries in Lodi that maybe we can definitely support, bring them to like really support them. And then I guess the other question would be also just here to the board and to our chairman, and in terms of the convention, have we invited any, or we're looking to invite Julian Castro, Kamala Harris, they're running for for president. I think that's very important, and start having those discussions, because that would probably be a big impact, especially 2020. Thank you.
Run.
So with regards to the Latino wineries, that's a great question, Marcos. And in fact, we have several Latino-owned wineries that are members of our local chambers. And so we will certainly be looking to engage them and have them participate in any kind of, day in Lodi wine tasting events that we do. We also have several non-member wineries that may be Latino owned, or they may have Latino winemakers. And so we'll be working with our partners at the Lodi Wine Commission to engage those folks as well.
Brenna, before you move off the winery thing, you said that you will encourage them to become members. Am I correct? The non-member wineries.
Well, we already have several that are already members, but certainly anybody who's a non-member that is benefiting from an activity of our chamber would be asked to join.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
And then you're going to answer. I'm sorry, you'll answer
Oh.
the second question for Marcos, and then we'll move to Carlos and also has a question.
Yeah. So Marcos, another great question about keynote attendees and kind of the VIPs. We will be looking to invite folks to participate in the convention. It may be in a variety of different ways. I know there's lots of people out there campaigning right now, and I'm sure they all love an audience with us. And so we will be doing that. We're not at the point in time yet where those invitations have gone out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak?
Yes, we have Carlos Solórzano. He has a quick question, and we'll go to you, Mrs. Urena.
Carlos Solórzano.
Solórzano.
And two things. One, in reference to the wineries, I know Murphy is close, not that close, but we have the chairman of the board for the Hispanic Chamber in San Francisco, is Bodega del Sur, and his grapes are actually from Lodi too. So it will be a good one to participate, because he has a lot of the other wineries that are around Latinos in there, so it's a good participation. And in reference to Kamala Harris, I'm in the general committee right now, so if you want to reach out, let me know.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. And I would say if you have that contact information and you email it over to me, I certainly will reach out.
Yeah. Gabriela also.
Carlos.
Sorry?
Brenda, can you repeat that, please?
Sure, Carlos, I appreciate the suggestion, and if you send me over the contact information, then we can reach out and follow up with the gentleman you mentioned.
Actually, even better, Gabriela, which is in the board of directors, is also on the general committee with Kamala.
No, the winery.
On the winery, it's on the board of it's on the site of the Hispanic Chamber. I'll send you. It's Victor Reyes, which is our chairman of the board. But I will send
Yeah,
it
send it over to me, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And then Miss Urena.
Which one?
Maria. There's
only one. Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and Brenna, I just want to congratulate you. I think that the way that you've explained how you've broken out the track is going to be so much better and less confusing for all of the attendees that we have. And I think that we will see a spike in our participant satisfaction, right? Because I think things past the convention submitted a little bit confusing, like there's so many tracks that we all want to attend and then we only ended up attending partial and leaving the room in the middle because we want to attend another one. So the way that you've broken out the sessions is absolutely phenomenal. So I do want to congratulate you on that. I would like to ask if you would consider, and maybe we can do this in the Inland Empire, but if there's time, to maybe also create a track similar to the one that you have for corporations, but just for healthcare, because we do have the healthcare organizations that are part of our membership, and we traditionally have not done anything around that. They continue to invest in us, but what is really their return on investment, right? And then the other is because I am looking at how we can further bring in additional participants to that. So that's one. The other is I really appreciate, and I do want to thank this board for taking the opportunity and the risk of having conventions in areas such as Stockton, such as Riverside, such as, Sonoma or Santa Rosa, right? Those are not big areas that people traditionally would want to have a convention because they don't know about us. But I really want to congratulate this board on taking that risk because we have been able to make that destination, a destination convention. And I think that when we do that, we do actually have more satisfaction as opposed to being in the big highlighted areas where everybody else holds a convention. So I want to congratulate the board on that, and I really look forward to, even for the Inland Empire, right, holding it somewhere where it's not a big attraction or attractive place for a private convention, because I think that we get carried away with the glitz and glamour, and we forget that there are other areas that could actually put out an amazing experience for us. So that's really all I wanted to say, and so congratulations again. I really look forward to coming over to Stockton, and I really look forward to coming over and visiting those wineries and everything else. Bringing my family, absolutely, so thank you for also making this family friendly.
Thank you, Maria. I really appreciate hearing that feedback from you, and I think you bring up a great suggestion about healthcare. And perhaps the way that we can look to include that is within that corporate track, to choose healthcare as a topic for several of our breakout sessions. So maybe I could talk offline with you about that, but I think that's a fantastic recommendation.
Sounds great.
Brenda, this is Veronica. Wow, you're like on it, so thank you for everything that you're doing. Whatever you need in terms of support or help, and maybe as a committee member for the wine, okay, tasting.
Awesome, thank you.
Yes. Okay, Latina Empresario Day, fine. Okay, fine. Latina Empresario. Okay, thank you for that report, Brenda.
Larry and then we'll, okay.
It's okay. We don't look alike, so we don't get
Yeah.
that a lot.
Yes, I've been called Larry all day.
Quick question on the Hispanic Shark Tank. Is the sponsor of that typically the person that MCs it? Like there's like a moderator, and then the second is for applicants. Like when do they typically start taking applications in case I have clients or whatever? He's watching TV.
So real quick, usually that's I think B of A usually gets a sponsorship from Merrill Lynch division.
Merrill Lynch guys.
And they usually provide us with a great moderator for that. But again, that's as they get the information out on the Shark Tank, they'll let everybody know. So again, we hope everybody will encourage people to apply. So yeah, there's a process, and that's happening earlier nowadays.
Okay.
So, but the board and yourself and others will be notified of that. So we do depend on your help in getting that information.
Good question.
Yeah, there will be SBDC clients.
Um,
Let's look at the equity,
Ms. Kulas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Brenna, Julian, and the staff, I want to congratulate you because I've seen all the activity, all the meetings that you've been holding this whole week, and I'm glad you're sharing it on Facebook because it made me real excited to go to Stockton.
Go Stockton!
Go Stockton! So thank you, Brenna, especially for your leadership in putting this together because it's a monumental task, and I'm very, very excited about convention. So thank you.
Yes. And thank you, Brenna. Brenna did a fantastic job. There's not much for me to add.
Julian?
Yes.
When you're done, I have one quick comment to add at the end.
Okay. I do want to thank, Brenna and staff have been working fantastic. And we've been fortunate, at least since I've been back here, to have chairs of these conventions that have always worked well with staff. Raul and Jenny in 2017, I came on 3 weeks before, but they had it all humming. Veronica did a fantastic job, and Anna down in LA, and set a lot of precedent of what we're improving on here in Stockton. My engagement is, hey, I want this deadline up. I want awards early so we can do this. And staff takes it, and Brenna and those all make it work. I may get a call from Brenna and say, are you like
crazy?
Are you smoking your weed or something over there? Are you crazy what you want to do here? So I thank the team and all the board members that have engaged, especially Brenna, for her leadership in working with staff and our staff here for also providing that support. And they're excited about the convention. I did want to make some points, and Brenna, correct me if I'm forgetting. I believe the average rate on United is going to be a 185 round trip on average.
Wow,
so
that's
very
great.
reasonable to go right into Stockton.
Wow.
They moved it up for us. So Brenna said we're hoping to do something there to leverage our visibility. Brenna set up a meeting with the Economic Development Department, and it's always great when one of my roles is to raise money as well as Brenna's for the convention, and when the director's sitting there says, well, you guys have a sponsorship pack, right? Well, yeah. He goes, well, let me have it so I can see where we can be engaged at, right? So, and Brenna and I kind of just smiled at each other and said, hey, that was easy. So again, a lot of interest there. We are working up a list of corporations that traditionally that have operations in that area that we can also get in front of to get them to participate that haven't participated with us, but also haven't participated with the local chamber. So we can leave them with some membership revenues as well. So, and I'm speaking of companies like Reynolds Aluminum has operations there, Tesla, Ghirardelli, Adventus, Healthcare. So some new companies that we haven't had. I know that Jesus and I have been talking that they don't have, so we're going to gang up on those as well. But the convention is starting to shake out. I mean, when you have to sit down with the chief and they just want to know where your people are going to be at, and it's not about safety, it's more that the experience that they want to make sure you have in Stockton, our routes, so they can make sure that they're helping getting our people from A to Z. I mean, it's like, okay, so this is when, we're so used to just being in the hotel, right? And when we talk about security, it's always just the hotel, right? Now it's, since we're moving outside. So they put together some wonderful things and some great ideas. I know they're still hashing things out. It's the crazy conversations we have back and forth. But I will say this, Greta said that registration opens up on February 11th.
Yeah.
I not only encourage you to register, I encourage you to book the hotel. This is the first time in our history that we have taken over the whole hotel.
Wow.
I got 200 rooms. I went in there and said, I need all 200 rooms.
Oh, wow.
We will book out the hotel within the first 2 weeks that this goes by. So I would suggest that you book that hotel quickly, otherwise it's going to overflow.
It's called the University Waterfront. Frank stayed there for the week. Fantastic property. Our overflow is going to be the Hilton. But that hotel, we've negotiated the rate there at, I believe it's $107 a night.
What?
But, yeah. So they'll be going online as well when you do the registration. So I encourage you to register. I encourage you to book that hotel early on. The block date, So you can register, I mean, it's usually 3 days before and after, is that what you
At
come
least
back?
it's not 187.
So if you wanna come in on the weekend early and say, hey, Jules,
107,
take that
not
wine
187.
tasting,
Right.
we'll do it.
Bob can show you the sunset.
Yeah, I'll take you out to the sunset. But I just wanna make sure to tell everybody, you know, we always get the call saying, oh, I need a room. You know, I said, and Laura said, well, we sent you the thing, it was open last month, you know, they call 3 days, someone calls 3 days before. So please, make sure you register, but you also register for your room. Thank you.
Yes, Maria, is that Maria?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may I suggest, I think that's a great, thanks for the call out about booking a room. I am one of those late people that always says, oh my gosh, I was planning on it, and then here I am, right? But potentially, or perhaps, it would be a good idea for us to schedule a board-only, and maybe you might have a couple of special guests, but a board-only type of an outing, where maybe we can do a private personal wine tour, either before the convention or after, and do a debrief, or maybe just a relaxation day. I think that, you know, the board has done so much for so many years that I would really like to take advantage of that. So I wanted to consider that. How can we do a board-only outing?
I like that.
Yeah.
This is the board-only outing
like
right now. We have 4 board-only outings a year. No, great comment. Brenna, you had something you wanted to add?
So just 2 comments. So James, when I spoke with you yesterday, I just wanted to let you know I communicated with Maria one-on-one, and Maria's been very helpful with me on working together so that I better understand what the curriculum will be for CAPS this year at the convention. So I just wanted to let you know I've had that conversation with her now, so I'm, in the loop. And then my other request is to Julio. Julio, if I could get your commitment to participate in our convention committee calls, we could really use, certainly your expertise from the International Trade Committee, and now that we've received commitments from the Port of Stockton, I want to make sure that we're working together to develop the International Trade Day at the convention. So we have a conference call coming up next Friday, and if I can get your commitment to be on that, it would be great.
Absolutely, Veronica. So,
Brenna,
I'm sorry, Brenna. Yeah.
I'm
sorry about that, Brenna. Yeah, don't worry about it. We're working on it. You know, we have a great people on board. So anyway, in the next meeting, so I'm gonna give you an update all about the international trade.
Perfect, and then that way we can coordinate our local resources in Stockton, because the Port of Stockton will play a big part in the convention curriculum that day. So I want to make sure that we're coordinating effort.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brenna. Julius? Yes, go ahead.
Julia, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So I was in attendance with John Novello last Friday here in Long Beach, and the U.S. Mexico Chamber here in Southern California, Marlene Marquin. I would highly recommend you reach out to her. Her international trade connections are tremendous. She has a lot of contacts for international trade, not just with Mexico, but with other South American countries, and as well as China and overseas. Are we allowed to bring her onto this committee to participate? Because I think she can bring a lot of value to the international trade program.
Yeah, and I believe that Marlene is on the International Trade Committee.
Yes. Sorry about that. Let me just refresh that in that committee. I believe that's we have what do you call sorry about that. We have Carlos Solorzano, which is on board in that. We have Marlene. We have
Sam.
We have
Sam from Global SF and Jolene from Latin SF.
Yeah, Marroquin. So we have a great group, you know, and I'm very proud, you know, to have these people on board. Because everybody has a great knowledge about international trade. In the last meeting, we were talking about
because I already have a few connections in Mexico to bring business, import and export from Mexico. So hopefully, you know what, I will sharing that information with you. Because I've tried to get one sponsor from Mexico. They're planning to import their business over here. So I'm working on it. But so far, I know we have a great people. If someone wanna join us, just please let us know.
And I do recommend that, when you have some input, questions, something, to join the committee calls, or reach out to Jose or Brenna, you know, and reach out to them. I'm pretty sure that they're very receptive to all the input from this board and our members club. Thank you, Mr. Paisa. Brenna, is there anything else you'd like to add? Anything else you'd like to add?
Any question, Brenna?
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I was on mute. That concludes.
One thing that I think it's important, and this is from my vantage point, is the importance of our chamber and our foundation. Maybe when we're doing this chamber training, that we can talk about that, because this organization has been able to move forward on a lot of the programs that we're talking about, a lot of this thing with the convention, because of our foundation and the tremendous strides that they've made and implemented. So I would like for our chambers to hear about that. So maybe.
Yeah, I think it makes a big difference to strengthen the capacity of our local chambers if they have a foundation.
Yes.
So walking through that process would be great.
And also the right person working along with the foundation, and how the chairs of both organizations work together. I think it's important, because if there's no communication with both organizations, then it just doesn't work. So maybe this best practices, how we've done it here, we can share it with our local chambers. So something like that I would like to see.
Yeah,
thank you.
Agreed.
And thank you for all the great work, Brenna. You and Jose have done an amazing job. Like I said, Inland Empire, prepare, because the bar has been raised, okay? And then the Northern region, we're gonna raise the bar in the Inland Empire. So when it comes to the Northern region, you guys have your work cut out. Be prepared, which I love it. Thank you, Brenna.
Agreed.
So we're gonna move on to number 11, the foundation. But I do want to say before we move on that I think it's important that the board members at least participate in these foundation board meetings, either by phone or by video. I've sat in a lot of these meetings, and what we're doing now is we're hashing out most of the programs, most of everything at the foundation. So and you learn quite a bit about what's going on. You can't just get one piece of what's happening at the chamber level without understanding the foundation level. So I would truly ask that this board participate, at least listen in on the foundation board meetings, and you'll get a totally different perspective of what we are doing statewide. It's just amazing the work that the foundation has been doing, all the good work. And I want to thank you, Chairman Duran, for what you've done, bringing in new young board members. I mean, you old folks are gonna have to, but he's bringing in some fresh blood. And it gives us an opportunity to mentor these young people. And that's the importance of every one of us coming in and showing them and having them understand the history of the organization and what they need to watch out for and what they need to be prepared for to make sure that this organization continues moving forward. The historical perspective that we bring is important. And I've had a meeting with Dennis King this morning just about that, on how we, the board, can continue supporting this organization and being there to make sure that the ship continues to sail and stay out of those rough waters. So it's up to us to keep educate our new board members and keep them moving forward and building this great organization. Because like I said, they need to be here for my grandbabies, my 2 granddaughters. This organization it needs to advocate for them. So that's my end game and my end goal. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and with that, please.
Yeah. 2 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks to the effort of the staff here for supporting the foundation programs. I want you to understand that when you talk to any one of the team members here that work with and for Julian, chamber staff, that you're talking to all of them. I think they all talk to each other in the world, saying who's nice and who's not so nice and who's listening to the board member. So watch yourself when you're around these guys. They do a lot for us, okay? When you hear one of the reports in a few minutes here from Maria, you'll see why I think so positively of them, because I think she has the passion for the programs that she's involved in, that it doesn't matter what we pay them, she gives us more than what we could ask for. So she does a lot. So the first thing I would remind you all is that we are the C3 entity, not the C6 of the chamber organizations. And that means that there's a better advantage for companies or entities to give us money rather than the C6, the chamber money, because it's a better accounting write-off for the donators. Okay, our focus is fundraising and oversight of program delivery, and we have multiple roles. So one is to hold Julian and the staff accountable and focused on the programs that are important to us. We have a significant role in program vetting and support. We try to do the heavy lifting for the CHCC on programs such as CAPS, access to capital, procurement, leadership development, and training. We do this so that you can focus your efforts here as the CHCC board members on other things such as why are we here, what are we doing, are we spending our time on the right sorts of things. So we're spending our time more on the programs and foundation, and you guys can, by doing the heavy lifting, you can free your mind to work on other things that are also important. That doesn't mean you can't get involved before you absolutely can. Okay, so currently our members are, first of all, Frank, but Frank doesn't count as one of our 11 allocated board members because he is a member of all committees. So our other members are as follows: Raul, who is responsible for finance in the organization; Dennis, who is both a parliamentarian, and more importantly, and you're going to understand this as this grows over importance over the next several years, our SBDC effort. Dennis has SBDC responsibility in Silicon Valley. He started the first Hispanic satellite, and now the main SBDC program. And you will see over the coming years and quarters how important this is going to be to our entire future as an organization. It will change who the chamber is. So Dennis has that expertise. Then we also have Gabriella Amello, who is an expert in fundraising and how all of that works, proposals and so on. Judy Castro is our expert on leadership, training, and development. Sophia Garcia, I'm not sure where other part of her heart has the last name is.
Fanslaw.
Say it again. Fanslaw is heavily involved in fundraising and also is an alumni of the staff organization. Okay, and then lastly, David Betancourt, who also works for the SBDC out of Vernon College in Southern California, is our most recent addition as a board member. So those are our board members. Today it's my joy to suggest two new nominees or two new additions to the CHCC Foundation Board, and they are Vanessa Gonzalez and Jose Placencia. So Vanessa is currently employed with Political Solution LLC. It's a lobbying firm here in Sacramento, and prior to that she worked with Ben Wessel as one of his legislative aides, and she's had other jobs in this public policy related arena in the past. So she's personally interested in Latina development programs and our millennial programs, affordable housing, etc., which is good contacts in those and other related areas. And Jose has a long history of serving and is active in many other organizations as well as being a business owner. Frank was thinking of bringing Jose back on the board as an at-large board of director. Frank and I discussed this, then we discussed it with Jose, and we believe that it would be a better fit and for him to, and a great role for him to continue contributing to the organization as a foundation board member, and that will, of course, still leave a seat open for the CHCC board itself. So Jose brings integrity, maturity, objectivity, and a good Rolodex that will help us further our goals. So I really believe that he will make some great contributions to it. So on behalf of the CHCC Nomination Committee and the CHCCF Board, I move you to approve these two folks as addition to the CHCC Board of Directors. If there are questions, we need to put them out, I'll do that, but right now I'd like to
Second.
Okay, any discussion on this motion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor for accepting the ratification of the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce Foundation Board appointments of Vanessa Gonzalez and Jose Plasencia, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Congratulations,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, sir.
This concludes my
Thank-
report.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna be moving to the programs and initiatives, and I have asked the CEO to, I know that most of this has been covered, the sheets have been sent, if we can just do
Yeah.
something.
And Maria, our VP for program integration will handle all that.
Step over here.
And if you guys all got the draft minutes, as James said, you can see all the work that happens in that quick meet, that 2-hour meeting that we have.
All right. Hello, everyone. Oh, I'll keep this as brief as possible because I know everybody's starting to get a little hungry. So with regards to procurement, I just want to highlight that last year we did a great job at increasing our numbers and supporting the businesses that are attending all of our events and having more programming for them. And so we're just going to keep continuing that in the next year. And the one thing I wanted to highlight is our Elevate series. We are definitely taking that to the next level this year. The first one that we're having is going to be in Downey. A lot of you should have been seeing that circulate around through your emails. So please forward that on. I have sponsorship sheets if you should want that to. We'll go ahead and send it out regardless. Oh, go ahead.
Maria, just on the procurement program, we talked about the programming. Can you let the board know what the impact was for the previous year?
Oh, sure. Okay.
Last year?
Yeah, I can let you know that. So going backwards, just to look at comparison, from 2017, our procurement statistics, just overall based off of the only events that we had, which included annual convention, matchmaking, as well as just the workshop training that Gilbert Buchanan did last year on capability statements, we only served 79 individual businesses. Or people, excuse me, people. And this year, all in all, with all of our events, including Legislative Conference, our first annual state agency matchmaking session, the first Elevate series, the pilot event, as well as the annual convention and the matchmaking, as well as the workshops that were taking place there, we've served 473 people within the year.
And I'm the one that said keep it short, but I do want to say that is an impressive number. If you guys look at that, I saw it and just blew me out of the water. So that's who we touch. That's the impact that we're making. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was listening to those numbers.
Absolutely. So, and that's why, Julian and I work hard with our team here to ensure that we have great programming that can continue to serve numerous amounts of not only people but businesses as a whole. And then can help them continue to grow. Again, hence why we have Elevate. I'm happy to say that because of the success of last year and the increasing engagement with a lot of our partners, as well as business owners who are interested in participating in this, we decided to go ahead and continue this series. We're going to have it quarterly. And again, as I mentioned, the first one's in Downey, February 28th at the SoCal Gas Energy Resource Center. And luckily, one thing I know we had mentioned yesterday, but I'm very pleased to say a lot of these events that we're having are free of charge at these locations. We're definitely trying to cut, some of the costs. And again, just note too, when we do any food and beverage, we try to use local businesses as much as possible. So we are supporting our local businesses in the same time we're planning all this. And you'll see in the report, San Francisco is our next one. We're looking to Go ahead.
Just two quick questions.
Sure.
Who sponsors? First off, Elevate. Like the word.
Yeah, I do too.
Where'd you get?
That was just Julie and I having conversation about taking it to the next level as far as our procurement programming and really setting us apart from every other chamber that's doing work. A lot of the work we've done in the past, they all kind of mirror each other.
So between the two of you.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, we both came up with the concept, and
that's different.
Yeah.
Definitely different, and it's catchy. Secondly, who sponsors these things? You got a number of these things. Who's sponsoring?
Yeah, so actually we've been having really consistent support from DGS, SoCal Edison. They're actually supporting like all of them throughout the year. They're not even just supporting one or two; they're doing all of them. And then also we have regionally based sponsors, you know, and partners like the Inland,
Good enough
right?
for me.
So, okay.
Good enough for me.
There we go.
Thank you.
Just good. Yeah, that's fine. And then, so again, just keep an eye on these dates, these locations. They're subject to change, but of course we make sure we push these out to you. Again, San Francisco, we're hoping to have an Airbnb. Sacramento, we've already secured DGS, their building here in Sacramento. And then Pomona, we're going to look at scheduling as well. And then we're probably actually going to have a fifth one that's going to be added in partnership with SoCal Edison, and obviously some others. And just know too, these are not only regionally based, where we have regionally based individuals attending, regionally based sponsors, but what was the comment I was going to make? We made it yesterday. It was regional based sponsors, regional based people, attendees, opportunities. I forgot what I was going to say. But anyways, they're all in here. Pay attention to the elevator going out. Oh, I'm sorry, where's that?
Yeah. First of all, you really rail my not only me but the chamber. You're doing something in our area, and none of us, and I have Raul, I have Gabriela, and me, we didn't know about it. None of us knew about it. Okay. So when you come to the locals, you need to include the local ones. Okay. I know that you're doing this series, but you know, going about with our sponsors, with our corporations, and without talking to us is really what it creates the problems with us in the local chambers. Okay? I know because Airbnb is our corporate sponsor, it's on advisory board, and we didn't know anything about it.
Well, because it's in the planning stages right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You come into my turf, you gotta let us know.
If you ask everybody else, we have coordinated with every local chamber when we've done these.
Okay, you
They're
have
working
you
on
have the
Southern
treasurer, you have a board of directors, you have a northern region,
Again,
and none of us knew about it.
Carlos, they are working right now. She's working on the Southern California event. And as soon as
Okay.
she wraps that up, then she'll move to the
We're
north.
talking about this is February 1st to the February 2nd in February 28th.
We're not even sure on the date yet.
I'm still working
Some of
with
them are
Adam. That's the thing.
Okay. And I don't,
all in
you know,
all,
I don't want to make it up, you know, but really, this
No.
has always been one of those things that we need to know. You need to
Absolutely.
talk to us about it. We have
Carlos,
location.
one second.
Go
So
ahead.
I think there was a mistake because in one of the pages we see February 28th San Francisco, and
No,
that's
it's
why
May
you're not
30th.
concerned. But in the
Okay.
second page is May 6th. So
Well,
there's a typo
what it
there,
says
right?
is February 28th.
Yeah, it's
I
been
can respond to
adjusted.
that.
I do want to say
Sorry for the
something
error.
that, you know, it's up to this board of directors here also to be engaged and inform their regions.
Yes.
I did ask the same question, but this is just a planning thing. And that's why I recommend that every board member, as many as can, especially on your regions, be on these calls and inform your local chambers. And this is a team effort. And I, for one, have been very direct on local chamber participation. So I can assure you, Carlos, that before the CHEC comes into anybody's backyard, that they will be engaged. This isn't the planning stage. This is, like I said, I'm aware of it, I'm reading it, I'm looking at it, I'm asking questions, and I suggest that the board from those regions get engaged and ask the same questions
But
and
as,
bring that information
as
back.
Gabriela stated, yes, you are right. The date has changed. So I
Okay.
apologize if there was an error on
I
that.
apologize in
No,
the same
and,
way.
and that's
but,
the
you
thing.
know.
We had to make an adjustment because we wanted to accommodate Airbnb so we can engage with them. And once we engage, because Adam, you know Adam, he's all over the place. Once we secure it with Adam, the venue is when I reach out to you and you become a strategic partner like you did the first one.
Okay,
So-
then I'm
and
going to
then we
make a
work
point
with
of,
you
point of
guys.
clarification on that. I'm sorry. We don't want to be there when you secure the point. We want to be there to because if you had any issues or they thinking about it, being our corporate advisor, being member with us, then we could help out to secure the days that we need or whatever.
Sure.
Not just
But we
when
have
you-
them
when
as
you
a
do it.
sponsor,
So,
so they're
you know, we
corporate
need to have that
partners too.
communication. I apologize for my harsh words on that, but.
Can I just say something? I think
Okay,
what Carlos
so,
is saying, I'm sorry.
I just want to say that Maria did contact me about coming, and I know some of our chambers in the southern region are participating. And one of the things I'm going to be doing, our southern region will be doing is contacting all our other local chambers for participation. So I was contacted, so.
Thank you.
But that's
Yes,
happening,
please.
that's happening this month, that's happening here this month, I don't know when all the other ones are happening, but that's happening here this month.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
please.
just think it's too much to discuss about this. I think the most important thing is that Carlos has developed a great relationship with Airbnb, so it will not sound professional that he goes and talks to him about securing a location, let's say the same day for our event, and then you guys are talking to him for another event, so it seems that we are kind of not united. I think that's the point.
And
like,
we've already talked
like
to
when
him.
you
Yeah.
when you talk to one of the corporations that is our sponsor in the local chamber, maybe you need to know that so we can go together, or you let us know we are doing that. So when we talk to them, then we are aware. Otherwise, we are like, oh wow, we didn't know.
Understandable.
You know.
Yeah, and this was
Especially-
actually based off of a conversation Julian had with him
Outreach
of overall corporate sponsorship of any other programs that we're doing. This was mentioned to him, and he says, okay, let's talk, in a couple months about possibly having an Airbnb. That's all we've discussed. At this point, I've reached out to Adam to try and get it moving along. So as soon as we start getting that moving along, we will definitely keep you informed. And that was always my plan from the get-go. So I apologize if there was an error on the date.
And I do want to say that as chairman of this organization, that I ask everyone that attends these board meetings to please, if there's a question, if there's a comment, to do it gracefully, because there's nobody here trying to do anything underhanded. I can assure you that they're working very diligently as a team, and they work very hard to engage with the local chambers. So I would ask the same respect that staff gives everyone here, the same respect that the board gives everyone here, for our guests to do the same. That's one thing I would ask. And I can assure everyone here that the chambers will be engaged. It's something that we've always asked for and do that, and I can guarantee you that that's been communicated with our kids. Yes.
I want to apologize for that, but we've been in conversations, we've been with our sponsors, and like Gabriela says, we're working several things together, and all of a sudden seeing that in February 28th, I understand now that the date is incorrect, but having said that, I apologize, but I do, you know me, and to me, somebody who comes into our area and without the courtesy to communicating with us on that direction, and it had happened before, so that's one of the reasons why we say, especially when we have people, members of our chambers that don't know about it, whether they, because reason. Besides that, I want to tell you that I want to congratulate Maria and the programs, because I'm very close to finish my program at JFK, and it took me a month and a half to fix that. I have several glitches in the system.
Yeah, there's segue.
So
For sure.
besides that, we work together on that direction. So that's what I said. We have communication,
Absolutely.
and that's one of the reasons why. So I stand corrected.
Thank you. Mr. Baisa, and then let's move on.
Yeah, thank you for giving me a few minutes. I always say something, and my time, which is already spent more than half of my life, working in organization and sharing ideas, and I know I always say that and emphasize, to board members and members, one of the good things to grow an organization is a lack of communication. If we do have that in place, believe me, we're never gonna have a bad argument or have someone with a bad attitude. I understand Carlos, his feeling, because he's been working hard with that for so long, but you know what, but even though like that, if it's something we need to discuss, we try to do it in the good manners, you know what I mean, because we're not here to have division, Northern region with other organizations in the South region, you know what I mean? So we're here to work, to engage and work together. That's the idea, that's the purpose and all of that, no? But back again, and I suggest, not only, the staff, here among together, is to have a good lack of communication. I'm not very proud, because last night we were talking about that, in the last 5 years, this organization is been working in the right direction, which is, I'm very happy with it. And I see in the past, anytime we get together or fighting for something, it doesn't make sense, we are not here, I'm the best, or you're the worst. We're here to be one voice. And believe me, let's do it that way, and we want to avoid future misunderstanding. And not only that, to create division. We don't want that, absolutely not. And thank you, Carlos, to do that, because sometimes when we don't do that, so if we let it pass, someone will continue doing that. Thank you guys for that, and I really appreciate, your kind and kindness.
And thank you for saying that. We are one organization at the end of the day. We are one voice.
Thank you. And not only that, in the past, we've been already with this, with the state of California for so many years, and I've been seeing it all up and down, new church coming out, new ideas coming out. And I know you guys, and I suggest all the entire board to do something, because I know election is coming up soon, but sooner or later, new ideas will come in place. And whatever we've done already here for the last 5 or 6 years, believe it or not, in one single meeting, boom, can be like that. I mean, Dennis and I, we've been talking that for so long, you know what I mean? And it happened over and over. We need to create something, amend the bylaws in one section to empower at least 4 or 3 people to be the evil eyes, in case if something happens in the future, to have those people, hey, listen guys, this is not the right direction to go. This is the way we implanted already. So, and I know that is something, Dennis and I, we've been talking already for long. You and I, we've been talking about this already, because I know in 1 year or 2 years, I know many of us, we won't be here. New fellas are gonna be sitting here with new ideas. And maybe, nowadays, the millennials, we're baby boomers, you know what I mean? We have a different ideas, I'm not a techie guy, but those people, they're very aggressive, like, I'm telling you, because I have 3 kids, and they very aggressive.
That's where the mentoring comes in.
Exactly, you know what I mean? Keep in mind what I'm saying.
Yes.
I'm not talking just to the chairman, I'm talking about everybody to keep in mind what is this organization, because we love this organization. We do a lot of things for our community and members. So, but we need to implant something strong, and the bylaws, amend the bylaws and that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go, but I do want to say that I know that we're all very passionate about this organization. I know that it's passionate. We all are, every single person here. So I do want to thank everyone. I want to thank Carlos for raising the concern. If you have a concern, raise it. And we're working on better communications through this. And I said that's why the committee calls are all very important. But point well taken, Carlos.
I want to make note as secretary, we're heading out to the hour over our
Okay, thank you for that.
Yes, I'm going to.
JFK.
All right. So back to going to JFK. Just so everybody knows, we're still with the current cohort, as mentioned in previous meetings, with the 20 individuals. Some of them being board members. Gabriella. We have Carlos on board, as again he said he's probably gonna be one of the first real graduates. Hopefully by convention time or by April is when the current scholarships will be ending. So again, just a quick note for any of those of you who are in this current cohort, you have till April.
So Carlos met the stringent admission requirements to get in.
He did, and he's actually superseding our expectations.
He's brighter than I thought.
So that being said, and Julian and I are diligently working with JFK to, as mentioned before, there were previous large amount of scholarships available that were disseminated to chamber leaders. Unfortunately, there were individuals who did not take part in the program, and those unused ones are the ones we're trying to obtain so that we can reissue those out to the wait list of individuals who are eager to get onto the program now. So that's something Julie and I are diligently working on with JFK and should be hopefully resolving within the next few weeks. And then CAPS, I believe, is next. Okay. And I'll go right into that because this is, I'll be honest, this is, aside from procurement, this is my pride and joy. I've been very excited about being able to kind of enhance this program from the years prior. Again, I thank Bernadette Medrano for all her efforts in taking it to where it's at now. But again, as we're doing with procurement, we're just ready to elevate everything, right? And so this year, I'm proud to say we had a really high volume of applicants. We had about 33 applicants this year, which is double the amount, I think, in all previous years, but especially last year. And just to kind of give you a demographic of the areas that these individuals came from, we had 17 from Southern California, which is practical. We usually have quite a bit, being it's a bigger area, so on and so forth. We had 7 from the northern region, 5 from the inland region, and 4 from the central. And we had per the review committee, which was made up of different board members from this board as well as the foundation board. And mind you, they were part of the Millennial Committee. James Duran, our chairman, was also part of this committee, and myself, and David Betancourt, who is also on the other board, who is helping me lead CAPS this year, was on the committee. Based off of these 6 individuals' ratings, and again, we based it again off general different things, their work in the community chambers, you know, what they look to get out of the program. And so based off of that, we had gone with our top candidate demographic was we had 7 from Southern California, 3 from Northern, 3 from Inland, and 3 from Central. Mind you, again, I remind you, there was only 4 from Central, there was only 7 from Northern, and 3 of those individuals got in. The years prior, I can tell you this, there was only probably about 3 or 4 out of all those 3 regions, Northern, Central, and Inland, that got in, and the rest were all Southern California. I know our goal was to hit 4, 4, 4 all throughout. That is still a goal for next year, but I feel like we've come a long way from the past as far as diversifying this group of individuals and students. Yes.
Women outnumber the guys, correct?
As always.
Correct. So I was getting to that one. Actually, there was quite a few women that applied for this. I was almost nervous we weren't gonna have any guys, but luckily we were able to obtain because we did extend it this year, and we decided to do that for the purposes of we really did want to ensure that we could reach our numbers, and based upon what we had received, we felt we wanted to give a little bit more of an opportunity to get more individuals in, and I'm glad we did, because then that's I think why we were able to meet our numbers in those different regions. And so there's 10 females this year and 6 males. So, and just to let you all know,
how many again?
10 females and 6 males. Yes.
So, because this is the first time that I'm involved in advertising this, and I will continue doing that,
Yes.
right? But so once you receive the application, you send an email to the student or the
Yes.
applicant? Oh,
Yes.
okay.
So I send an email to the applicant when they send in the application, acknowledging the receipt of the application. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and we're also going to be, Maria and staff are going to be sending an email to the region chairs, so the region chairs can congratulate them.
Yeah.
And get engaged and also mentor them from their region, invite them to events. And that's the engagement for the region. So that's something that we discussed. So I wanted to make sure that that was our
And then, for those who, again, we communicate with them often, just letting them we accepted their application, then letting them know, if they got in or if unfortunately, because we had a high volume, we had really high caliber applicants this year. But we definitely encourage them to keep attending, and some of them actually reached back out to me asking, do you have any feedback? Because we asked them, if you want feedback on your application, if you did not get selected, and I ensured that I gave them feedback, gave them more pointers on what differentiated them from the ones that were selected. Okay.
Yeah, a couple of 3 questions actually. Well,
3.
2 questions and 1 suggestion.
Right,
1,
16.
who is the director? Who is the committee? 2, just point of clarification is understanding when you mentioned before that it was 4 per region. It didn't. At least I never heard that it was to be considering everybody into that. So if you didn't have, like for example, we had 7 in our region. We thought that it would be 4 for spots. So it looks like this not necessarily that way, right?
And I can.
And the third part is, we have one of our board members and one to be considered, because Gabriela is one of the most top Latinas that we have working with the community college in education and all that. We thought that she was going to be part of the committee. And so if it's not, we would like for the chair of the foundation and the chairman to consider that we have an excellent resource with the community college that we should be using. Those are my 3 points.
Yeah, thank you. And on the choices for the was three and kind of different. I asked that question and we did talk about if they're not qualified in that region, we just put them just to fill that slot. And it was decided and it was talked about that no, it has to be per merit. And that's where that came up, because I asked that same question. A lot of these questions were also asked at the foundation, and we went through them. So,
because with all due respect, that's not what I heard before. What I heard before was going to be that it was going to be, there were going to be consideration, because a lot of time not everybody is 4.1 or 3.5, so there will be consideration on that. So that's one of the reasons why I asked who's the committee.
Yeah.
Because based on the expertise of the committee, that may change or not.
Yeah, and it was also their ability to participate in meetings and things like that. I asked that question and made sure, so believe me, we are doing the due diligence on that. I do want to clarify the confusion. I think there's a confusion on Gabriela's SAP participation in CAPS. I know that she's on a committee, but what committee is that?
I think, let me clarify.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you said, Carl. At first, I didn't even know I was going to be proposed in the committee. But what I said, I keep saying, is that I don't care much about titles or committees as long as I can advertise this program.
And we talked about that, yeah.
And we talked about it, so maybe that was
Yeah.
a confusion. But like, I wanted to be able to promote this, to have more information, because I actually did a lot of advertising to the community.
Yeah, we had applicants that you were suggesting.
You were involved.
So if next year there is a spot for the community, I'm glad to
And I
do
will
that.
definitely consider
But I'm
that.
also
So thank you
interested
for the
in
recommendation.
fundraising, to improve and enhance the program.
I'm just glad there's people encouraged that want to be part of this committee. Honestly, and there's no bad blood of anybody. I just,
And this is growing. This is growing. That's one thing that we cannot forget, that from where we were a year, 2 years ago, we're way ahead. So I think we all, every time we look at something, let's look at where we were and where we're at now. So that's why I give a round of applause, because we have 3 out of the Inland Empire. And we had a ton of applicants from the Inland Empire, but they all didn't make it. And I asked that question, and that's why I said that. And I understand they have to make sure that they're selected properly, that we bring the best of the best, and make sure they can attend those. So those questions were asked. Like I said, the Inland Empire, there's only 3. And there was, am I correct, 3 or 2?
there was actually 3.
Okay. It's been a while. It's been a while. So thank you.
And just to make note, I know there was a question at the last meeting about promotion and when we're gonna announce the people who've been selected. The only reason why we've held off is because I'm ensuring that I have actually documents going to these students, waivers and ensuring that they're gonna make certain adjustments we made on certain retreats that we're having, and to ensure that they can participate wholeheartedly. And so I'm just waiting on actually one person. Once I get all that confirmation, then we'll fully promote, and then you guys can share amongst everyone, and then we can start doing the congratulations and having regional members, regional directors and chairs reach out to them and congratulate them. Great. And then lastly, I just want to mention that there are 3 retreats for these individuals, one being in Sacramento, as Julian alluded to. They will be involved in the policy summit. Years prior, they would always kind of be in a room, locked away in the dungeon, I feel like. And so we really want to ensure that they are exposed to what they're a part of this program for, and to hopefully find mentors, not only in you individuals, but also those who are attending and all the business owners and corporate members and everyone they're going to be exposed to. And then also when they go on, and Carlos, I know you like to do this in making sure you go see your members when you go for the meetings. We are going to actually have our students who are, if we find out where they're from, or we already know where they're from, but based on their hometown, have them go with chamber leaders with them and kind of shadow and see how advocacy works, right? So we're utilizing that platform with the policy summit. And the same goes for convention as well. They are going to be, just as if they're attending like everyone else, they are going to be involved in the workshops, they're going to be involved in the events, and then of course they'll have their own, a little bit of their own separate curriculum to, give them, to fulfill the criteria that's mentioned here. So we're really excited to ensure that they're more visible this year, and I definitely encourage all of you, we're going to ensure to introduce them to all of you, so please take them under your wing and really guide them through this process, because they really appreciate it.
Yeah, we've got, Maria alluded to, we're discussing some changes in curriculum. A lot of that came from recommendations from our members, from this board, from our chambers, right? And again, we felt they shouldn't be secluded off on something, just talking about their interest. But, how do we get them to understand the opportunities to become an entrepreneur? Well, what's better than you hanging out with a bunch of entrepreneurs, right? So again, them being much more re-engaged at the convention and the activities that are going on. We included and increased it to also Ledge Day. So now that they can, not only again be with entrepreneurs, but understand the policy impacts of California laws on our businesses. So I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew that that's why we're making a number of changes in curriculum.
Thank you. Well, good job, Maria and everyone. One of the things that I would like to see, hopefully, is some way to be able to identify these CAP students, because all of a sudden there's a lot of young people and you don't really know who's a CAP student or not. So sometimes I would like to be able to take the opportunity, like, oh, you're a CAP student, great, where are you from, blah, 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 and then kind of, talk to them briefly. Something that says CAPS or something.
Yeah, we're going to make tags.
They do have their caps.
Yeah, but we're going to actually get them tags that they're going to be able to use on all of their name badges and at every event that they attend, so that people can identify.
And then one more thing is that one thing that came about from this last convention that I noticed is that when it was Millennial Day, and most of them, they're young, obviously, they didn't know how to dance like Latino music, salsa music. So no, but you guys, no, really.
That was me.
Wait. Hold on. This is very important though, because the culture is very important, and so for instance on Millennial Day, like right before the the dance starts or whatnot, maybe get somebody. If not, there's nobody, I'll give us beginner salsa lesson because these kids. No, really, it's very important. You guys just think it's so crucial because it keeps you tight, because we have to keep these kids, because some of these kids are like Harvard and they're kind of like just they start getting disconnected. So it's like it kind of brings them back in, and some of them want to dance. They're like just sitting there.
Maybe that's something we could add to the schedule of that night, is saying, hey, we're gonna have
Another recommendation is you get the vice chairman, because I've seen the vice chairman. He has some moves. It's called the sprinkler and the shopping cart.
No, they have to be culturally based.
Yes.
Bob and I are actually taking salsa classes with Arthur Murray.
I just want to add very quickly that even though I've been hardcore, I always pushing on the CAP, because my thinking is always go beyond that to the business part of the program that it should be. But I had 3 CAP that graduated from last year that are still in contact with me. One of them is starting their own business. The other young lady is starting a employee and all that. So the 3 of them are still we're still communicating on that. And so I like that part, because I'm very hard when, you have to be, not employee of Wells Fargo, but maybe a loan from Wells Fargo to do their own business. So, I'm happy to tell you, I'm proud that I still communicate with 3 of the CAP graduates.
I'll have to reach out
and
to
banda is not just the only dance they can
No banda, no banda.
We do salsa.
Salsa, no salsa.
I love banda.
Neil, I do
I
want
love
to say that,
banda.
thank you for saying, because this whole year has been a thing where I eat my words that I've said in the past, and I'm glad that you've alluded to that also. It shows that we can continue to grow even ourselves. I'm glad to hear that the CAP students from the past contacted you, you're still in contact, and one of them became a small business owner.
Well, actually 2.
2?
Two
Even
of the
better.
3.
Even better.
Okay, and they are in Orange County.
Thank you.
Well, and if you guys do have stories like that, please let me know, because we like to use those as testimonials to promote this program. We need more people to see what the effect is. And just so you know too, and I know Julian alluded to them, focusing on entrepreneurship side, but also we want these people to be in your spots. Yes. You guys just noted that we don't, you guys aren't going to be here forever. So that's why too, that's something we kept in mind when searching for these individuals, to see about their capabilities to not only be potential business owners, because a lot of them don't necessarily fit the business mold of going into business or having the business major, but they have the leadership, they have the potential to be not only a great leader in our community, but also be potential board members. So that's something we consider.
One great example is my birthday just passed. I don't really qualify to be on the Millennial Committee, but I nominated our new chair for our Young Professionals Network, Dora, who is a 2015 CAP. So that was a great opportunity. I was able to have someone take my place, who's a CAP holder, and who's also the chair of our Young Professionals Network.
And just so you know, as far as who's on the committee, Mike Limon as a prior CAPS,
Yay,
David
Mike.
is a prior CAPS, Fidel is on the Telecu interviewee board, so he was part of this so he's associate director here. Sophia Garcia, who actually used to run the CAPS program as a foundation board member. James, our chair of the foundation, and then again myself, who runs the program now. So that was just, and again, it's hard to have and we also offered to Gabriela Mello. I know she's, again, crazy busy. But we offered that as her, since she's been so supportive of this program. So I hope I did my due diligence in ensuring that we had the right people for this year. But again, if you are interested in participating next year, let me know. And I'd like to be able to have that list waiting and ready for next year. All right, that's all I have to say.
Great job, Roger. Thank you so much. Okay, we're gonna move on to the regional boards, but I do want to get out of here. Try to get out of here by 1:15.
It's 12:28 right
12:28. So
Everyone's got lunch and lunch.
yes, and we do have lunch set up. If maybe you want to take a quick break, take perhaps lunch, we'll come right back and continue the work. What do you suggest?
I can continue
Take a break?
chocolate.
Okay, we'll take a break for everybody to get their lunch.
Get diabetes.
5 to 10 minutes. No, Mr. Singh,
No.
that's fine. Yeah. I love you guys, but I love my baby, my granddaughters, a hell of a lot more, right? I wanna go see them.
Stream is back on.
Okay, is there, if, I know that we might have lost some on the phone because of lunch.
They should be coming back on,
Okay.
but we'll text them, we'll get them back on.
Timeline.
Oh, there we go.
Now, one thing, everyone, I know that a lot of these reports have been sent electronically. So, unless there's something that, that the regions need to highlight or speak on, I think that it's better just if they can read the reports and we move on.
Thank you.
If it, do we have, the region chairs on the phone, Ms. Corona, Llorena? I know Marcus Gomez is here, Nuno Beisa. If there's something too, pressing, I would rather that, make sure that the board just looks over the reports that were sent so we can move on. So that things, Ms. Beisa, do you have any against that where the board can just read the report, or is there certain things that you think are important that need to be said?
So you want me to give my report this week?
No, that's what I was asking. So did you send an electronic report? Or
Yeah,
you
I did.
Yeah. Now, is there something that you think that we need to highlight with the board can just read the report?
No.
So we can skip it, okay? That's okay. Thank you. Ms. Corona.
Great report.
Yeah.
Short.
Best one.
Ms. Corona.
No, it's already in. Thank you.
Mr. Gomez.
Yeah, you could read my report. There was emails going around the last couple of weeks about the tax credit. And I said I would, people have questions that I would address them during my report. So you got, to be honest, I was very happy to see the response everybody gave me because, I've been trying to do this and it's just great to see that people are starting to get on board. So I'm waiting.
Did anybody read the proposal besides me?
Nobody responded.
Well, I don't know if you noticed on the headline was please read the proposal and the letter. So, but at any rate, what I'd like for our regional chairs to do is take those proposals and that letter out to their local chambers and find small businesses that are affected by the minimum wage, everybody to try to contribute into this study, and then that's just the first part. Second part is, once we get the study done, next part is getting it on a bill. Once you get it on a bill, then we're going to have to go out to the local chambers and to the people to push this issue through. So,
May I say something regarding that? This came up with Julian, right? It didn't even cross my mind when they said that the minimum wage hike impacts small business so much because our workman's comp goes up, our insurance goes up, everything goes up, and our bargaining is not as great as corporations or the large companies. So it's like, man, I didn't even think of that. We're so
well that was the whole idea behind the tax credit was that as our wages went up, so did our workman's comp and so did our taxes, everything else that goes along with it.
Yeah.
So that was the idea, was getting the tax credit to kind of offset some of those costs for us small business people. So.
And thank you because I didn't even think of that. So I listen and I get educated, but that's a good concept or point to bring to our small businesses.
Right.
Even healthcare, that benefits that we want to give to employees, or they're losing some of that. They're cutting back. So it's a negative impact. It's a negative impact. We can't compete. So
well, and then it's even if you're paying $15 an hour, if you're paying your people $15 an hour now, when it hits $15, what are you going to do? You got to bump them up.
Yeah.
So. It's going to affect everybody. I don't know. You told me that you met with Senator Leyva.
Yes, I had spoken to Senator Leyva on the phone many times. We went and spoke with her chief, her rep. Yes, and I'm setting up a date with her in our region to discuss more. But we did bring that up to most of the electeds.
Okay.
Senator Rupie and all that. So look forward to maybe with Julie we can put some bullet points together for us, especially how negative impacts benefits to our employees. We have to cut back. We have to cut back somewhere.
Right.
You know, and some of our small businesses don't need somebody to tell us payment in wages. We pay more than that already because we want the talent. But when you get somebody else in, like he says, when it goes up to 15, it just forces, it keeps going up, and it really negatively impacts our small businesses to compete.
Well, and I don't know if you've noticed, but nationally too, they're talking about raising the minimum wage nationally. So it's going to impact quite a bit. So I really need your help. I really need you people to get out there and push this and try to find people to put in. You see the letter. I went to the GoFundMe and I put in $200 just to see how easy it was, and it's really easy. It's nothing to it. So please push this. Push this.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, we'll let Marcus and then Julian and then the vice chairman.
Well, and with regards to that, one of the things that I've been talking to some of the mayors up in Sonoma County and a couple of cities that they're looking at doing regional workforce housing,
right,
where it's work closely with the small business owners, where one of the benefits, let's say, instead of saying that I'm going to pay you, let's say, $17 an hour, but we're going to provide you housing, so then therefore that's the subsidy, or that's the compromise, and then maybe instead, because when you look at that trickle effect, when you say the minimum wage goes up, then workers' comp, then all these other costs, so then it could be like, okay, well, there's just this one tax that all this money is going towards building that workforce housing, and as a small business owner, you're already guaranteed, let's say, 3 units or 4 units, and let's say it's a restaurant and they actually provide and the benefit of coming and working for you, you have retention. That's because right. your small business owner, your employees are going to want to stay and work with you, right, because they have housing. They leave you, they lose their housing. Right. You know, so it's and that's something that's a concept that's starting to be talked about, because the housing needs to be brought in. So and talking to the small business owners and bringing them to the table and having them be part of that discussion too. Right. The mayors and the council are talking directly to them. So it's not just like, oh, we're going to do this. They actually want to talk to the small business owners. So that's some of the things that we're putting
Bob
there.
is next in line.
Bob, go ahead, Bob.
Yes, Marcus, I just wanted to thank you for bringing this issue forward. As the chairman indicated, we were in meetings in the Capitol on Tuesday, and there was a lot of positive response to the fact that we were putting together this study. Right. And more importantly, they were very happy about the fact that it was being funded by small businesses. Right. Not funded by the chamber, not funded by a big corporation, but funded by small businesses. So I think that's an amazing component to this whole process, and I just want to thank you for initiating all of this as a board member of the organization. So great job. Thank you.
Yeah, as in regards to the funding part of it too, I mean, I've gotten $2,000 from the Restaurant Association, and those are the big people. But you know what? They told me, they said, we don't want to be out in front of this. We want you guys, we want small business to be out in front of it, because they know if they're known at the Capitol, then it doesn't fly. If it's pushed by small business, then it means something. So
one more and then
me and Gabriella now. Just real quick, I just, Marcus just said that he went on to $200 on the GoFundMe page. What I want to, when we had discussed this and how we're going to fund it, we said we can't really use chamber dollars. Let's make this a true small business study, right? So many people go out there, they do a study, but it's funded by, whatever, Chevron or whoever, right? They're giving all the money for the study. Marcus and the rest, myself and others that have been engaged in this, we really want to, as Bob said, be by small business for small business. And we feel it brings a lot of strength. So the contribution doesn't have to be $100. It could be $10, $5, whatever. But we do want to be able to put all those businesses that funded this program at the end of the report, just to show them that, hey, small businesses out there and they are concerned about it. So a little bit of strategy.
Thank you, Marcus. 3 things. First, I think we shouldn't ignore the fact that workers' compensation rates and business insurance are too expensive. So those big corporations are making big bucks on us, basically. So I know it's important to do this research, but also we need to think that we want to attract good employees, and if we don't pay them, fair, who we are getting, and also they will be clean, at least in San Francisco, we paid $15 a while ago, because even $15 in San Francisco, nobody can look at that, so, you know, I don't know, Sacramento, but the third, I think that's the report is a little expensive, because I have been engaged with other companies that do reports, and it's less expensive, so I wonder, I know this is already, they're moving forward. But yeah, maybe next time we need to see like 3 options like Teresa said, because what happens now is we don't, I hope we fundraise 50 and we contribute to, but if we don't, it's 50,000. And there's a lot of things there that talk about background, and there's a lot of stuff that I'm sure they have in their drawers that they can add to the report. No, but we don't need to bring.
Marcus, we actually have 3 bids, right?
Right,
We're
we
all
did.
on the same price.
Yeah, we did. I talked to.
We interviewed 3 or 4 companies.
Yeah, and
3 at least.
And they're those companies they're either pro labor or they're pro business, and with Andrew he's pretty neutral. He doesn't side one side, because that was the whole issue when this whole minimum wage came up, was that you get a study out of Berkeley. Well, they're pro labor. You know, you get a study out of Southern California, and they're pro business. So, you know, that was an issue that we looked at too. Some of them were professors of economics. You know,
Yeah, no, the background's in there.
right,
They all have
right,
a great background.
Right. So, but it's not this study isn't going to cost $50,000. No, it's $25,000 for the study, and then on top of that, it was $5,000 per county to study on the counties, what the impact on those counties was.
If we want to do that.
If we want to do that, but we're not going to. We may pick 2, 3 counties to do the study on what the impact is on. So we haven't got there yet. So
40,000.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So
Another 28 grand for the
the what?
25 for the initial, and then 28 grand for phase 2, then 5K for county.
No. It's $25,000.
25,000.
And you know, let me bring us back, because it's just of time concerns. But I think if you know, maybe we can have a conference call, Marcus, with this group, and we can answer all those questions. I think they're very easy to talk about. Maybe a sidebar or something with some of the questions.
Sure.
And the reason that I wanted to Marcus to bring this up on these reports, because I think it's something important that affects every region. And the whole state as a whole. So I wanted him to touch on that, because it is important. It impacts my business. So I've contributed. I'm going to help you raise more money, because I think it's important to get that study. Once that study comes out, we look at it, and and we move from there.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Udena?
She might have dropped off.
She submitted a report. So what we'll do is we'll just refer.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh, Maria, I know that you've submitted your region report, and I've asked the board if they can look at it, take a look. If they have any questions, maybe they can reach out to us or yourself for clarifications. Is there something that you needed to touch on of the importance that you want to bring up to this board right now? And for interest of time, because we are having a terrible storm here, and so some of our colleagues here have to drive.
Trees are falling.
Are they right now?
Mr. Chairman, then I will serve in the update, and I will continue.
Thank you, and then please, everyone, I do want to I will ask Maria. Maria, I know that you've had some recent amazing accomplishments, and I've received them, but I think it'd be better if you can address your colleagues what's just happening in your life and these accomplishments that you've had.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Well, very humbly, I will let all of you know that I was actually chosen by the Stanford Latino Business Association Network. I am an alum of the program, and I was featured in their recent report, which all of you received a copy from Chairman Duran. So you will see my picture there with my small business. So we were chosen as somebody that was part of that interview process. And so my business has been featured as myself. So we're very proud of that. We're very humbled by it, and we're very excited.
Yay.
The other is that I was asked
I was asked to step in and run for chair for the California Healthcare Foundation Alumni Board. And so I ran a successful campaign, and I am now the newly elected chair-elect for the California Healthcare Foundation Alumni Board through the California Healthcare Foundation. So this is a leadership program that I'm also an alum from of UCSF. And so I will be serving in that starting effective immediately as chair-elect, and then I will be the chair for the next 2 years. So the foundation is a foundation that is focused on how do we provide safe and equitable healthcare across the state. And so we are also one of the first that actually gave $1 million grant to be able to defend and protect all those children that were removed or taken away from their parents at the border. So I just wanted to let you guys know that it is very exciting, and we are here to support the CHEP, and I do want to look forward, or I do want to look towards figuring out how we can have better alignment or better interaction between all of these three. I know that we already do at Stanford, but looking at how we can do that with CHDS would be phenomenal for us, because we do have some alignment. I did send Juan and Mr. Chairman a link of the upcoming alumni board, just so that you can get a taste of what it is that we are discussing when we are meeting together through the California Healthcare Foundation. And so that's really what I wanted to let you know. So thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and congratulations on that. Veronica, are you back
Thank
on?
you.
Veronica? No, I think she had to go. She had
Why don't you move into
Is
San
there
Francisco?
anything? Is there anything important that you wanted to touch on?
No, hey Frank, this is Mike. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mike. I know that
Just
the
I forgot
report.
to share to step away.
Yeah, but her
She's had to
report.
step away, so I'm just giving the team a quick update.
Okay.
And the report was submitted, so we're good to go.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to committee reports. And the committees have to, or just.
Nominations is there in your packet, how much of that they are getting out their, the nominations and the elections, dates. Legislative is mine, as I said, the main thing is we have March 13th, we have the policy summit, we are working now on a couple of ideas in regards to liaison programs in 10 key districts, so we'll be reaching out with you on all of that. Paul Gladfeldt has agreed to stay on a little bit longer, so James and I have talked to him and twisted his arm. So on that, I think on member services, I believe Alex, the membership package is out, right? The committee approved it.
Yes, it is out, and it'll be going out again this week to everybody.
Get
And we're good
registered,
to go.
get certified. I don't know. I know Director Butler Garcia has staff working on some research in regards to governance. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if Director Garcia Butler had anything else.
Brenda, is there anything pressing that you wanted to add that's not in your report?
No, nothing to add at this time.
Thank you.
And I'll sit down and Juan and Chairman Baisa can take on international trade.
Yes. Mr. Baisa?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to say just thank you, Carlos, Marlene, and the other fellas, which is Martin.
Right?
No, not Martin.
Sam and
No, it's
Joey.
called Carlos Solórzano, Jolene Vallejo, Sam Reader, Juan, Michelle, Julie, is part of this. And like I said, we just starting getting together, in co-conference, putting everything together. But the main thing in all of this, I already talked to Juan and the other fella, he's trying to engage with business corporation to bring business from Mexico to here, from here to export and import. You know what I mean? So that's the goal for me. But to have that connection, so I know most of the time we talk about NAFTA, all of those kind of things, but that's all about. What we're looking here is something real, to get something for our small business. They're struggling to invest money in products. So the only way we can do that is getting connection. I have a lot of good connections in Mexico already. I'm going in 2 months in March. I'm going back again. I went to what do you call Michoacan. I have a couple connections over there. People who want to invest in tequila, I already talked about it, very good connection, bring a good tequila. You know what I mean? And also, I got another fella, which is this guy. He's struggling to import their business, like avocado, oranges. You know, I mean, this guy, he can export you avocado in your house if you want right away. You know what I mean? So that is what we're looking for. I had it yesterday in the morning in Los Angeles, in a small business over there. They have already two stores, Mexican stores. And then I connect that already. I mean, this guy, he's gonna get in touch in Mexico, try to bring the avocado here because he get it for somebody else for too expensive. So, see, this is what we're looking for. You know, that's my perspective. You know, to get connection and bring business for a small business. And I would suggest to the rest people on board. I mean, do the same thing. You know what I mean? We don't want to get bring something to say. We're planning to get together with so and so. We need something real,
tangible.
Yeah, we need something real. You know, that's my perspective. But Juan, he can talk a little bit about it because he's the one being coordinator.
But before we go there, I do want to say that I have the Mexican consulate that we met. She wants to work with the International Trade Group. So
Okay.
I will forward you guys that information. I'm very interested. I'm doing a lot of things, and I think the consulate out of San Bernardino also.
Yeah, please do so because Juan, he's working always in the agenda and Carlos participation too. You know,
Yeah,
it's good.
and if you see on that report, there will be specific and strategic content that is set for the rest of the year. Each panel member is not only a table, but it really has a more comprehensive approach to interaction with the organization has a great opportunity to really have a clear program that would not only be principle that the industry is incorporating, but also close the gap that currently exists between international trade in Southern California and Northern California. A lot of times people really forget about international trade activities in the same California. So if there are any partners within your networks, within the chambers that you would like to invite to be part of that community and represent your organization or your constituency, send emails to Mr. Baisa and myself, and we'll make sure that we get that all set for that.
Yeah, and like I said, we just better start working on it. I believe we're going in the right direction. And I would like to say thank you, everybody. You know, I know it takes time for everything. So, you know, if everybody put a little bit effort, I know we can accomplish our goal. So thank you, Juan, and believe me, I used to work in the international trade a little bit about it. You know, I never paid so much attention, but it's very interesting because, believe it or not, I know everybody here travels. When you go some places, I mean, you can be in touch with big corporations over there and small corporations to bring business over here. So connection, that's what we're looking for. You know what I mean? So, yes, Danny?
I think a number of our members have been investing in tequila, usually one bottle at a time.
Yeah.
One shot at a time.
One shot at a time.
But having said that, the council, we should chat.
Yes.
The council in San Jose has said that he's already done some outreach to the new president of Mexico, and to extend the invitation to the group of the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce to have a delegation as a special trip. So we'll find out in the next couple of weeks. Let me circle back to you, if I can, when we get the details, so that you can lead us in that.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. And also,
and I say that as back in the early 90s, 92, 93, I was the co-chair of NAFTA. And so I'm very keen to continue that relationship. And there's a lot of ramifications for all of us. So it's a significant opportunity.
you know, not only that, I'm trying to get the right connection for Manuel López Obrador, the new president in Mexico. You know, let's see if we can have it in our convention. So I'm working on it. So, you know what I mean? As soon as I have that confirmation, I will pass them out to Julia and you guys to continue in that. All right? My goal is just get that connection and invite Manuel López Obrador to have it in our convention. So I'm going to have that in place in the next few more months. Yeah, and I will let you know, guys. Not only that, remember, I sent you email to you, Frank, 2 months ago, by the way, before Manuel López Obrador takes place. He invited us. and I sent you that invitation, but for some reason, something happened.
That was 2 months that I took some time off
Right.
with my grandkids.
So I got an invitation special for you as a chairman of the CACC.
It's too late?
Yeah, but I sent you over that invitation to you.
Oh, but that's too late.
It's too late, no. Like I say, I wanna work out for the
Okay.
convention, you have that, okay?
Definitely.
So like I say, this is my report, and like I want to say, someone wanna be on board, hey, guys, more than welcome. And remember, you know, when we part of the committee, hey, we need to be engaged
Yes,
together. Okay, so that's not good for me to say there is a committee for people and that is it. We don't want no more people. That's wrong. That's wrong. Totally wrong. You know, I always emphasize, hey man, you have a committee in town, you have 3 people, you need to add 1 more or 2 more. Hey, let it be. More people you have in that committee, you're gonna empower what you two guys doing. You know what I mean? It's the bottom line. You know, and I'm very happy to do this, and I hope I will continue. You know, my goal is try to get a good connection between business here with our people.
And thank you, and I'm excited to see what you guys are gonna store for this organization this year.
Well,
Like I said, we're moving forward, as long as we're moving forward.
You know, and thank you, and I know, I mean, Jane Durang, I see in the foundation, and you guys are doing a good job, you know, amazing work, so I see it from the beginning, you know, up and down, and now, you know what, I see, I mean, the foundation goes in the right direction. Good. Thank you very much, everybody.
And thank everyone on the International Trade Committee. Look forward to that. Mr. Brown, is there anything you'd like to?
Yeah, just a couple things. One is that the HR committee completed an evaluation on Julian at our last quarterly meeting, actually the day before. So that was done, and we do that annually. And secondly, let me know that I'll be notifying you to putting together our next HR committee meeting. I want this one to focus on your employees and staff. I want to understand clearly what they're doing, what the growth plans are for them, what any issues are, but that will be our focus. It'll be on your team, not you.
Okay. And we're ready for you. We're ready for you.
I will prepare an agenda and send it to you so you will have time to consider
Yes,
what I'm
sir.
asking for, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Yes, better.
And just so the whole board knows that we just completed all the staff's evaluations, yearly evaluations. So that's why I said we're prepared. We knew it was coming. And I thank Juan for that because he was key in making sure that all happened. And they all stayed even after we had the evaluation.
Told me I couldn't.
But, Veterans Outreach. So Myra Bautista, the chairman appointed Myra Bautista to be chair of that. She's met and we laid out moving the committee forward. I know Senator Robert Archuleta's office has assigned a staff person. He is chairman of the Senate Veterans Committee. So he wants to be engaged with us and bring those resources of his committee as well to that. Myra did, and she apologized because she's traveling this weekend, but she did want to make sure that an invitation, if there are other people who are interested in veteran affairs, if there are veterans who would like to sit on it from our chambers, please let her know. And so her number 1 goal is to identify the rest of those people in the next couple of weeks, so she could put those names forward as members of her committee, and then establishing the key objectives moving forward of exactly what we'll be concentrating this year in regards to veterans. Everything from, you know, helping getting them more engaged in procurement, you know, resources, et cetera, that are out there.
And Myra is a past board member here, so she understands what it is, and from Nicaragua. Yeah, so Nica Pride right there.
Air Force.
And Air Force.
Mr. Chairman, if I can, I'll just move right in.
Well,
Cannabis Working Group, if you look at those minutes from the foundation, you'll see a motion for the foundation, since the cannabis has been moved over there. That, you know, we feel we accomplished our missions. We'd like to see our local chambers take on the role now of doing this. How many people did we service last year? 600 through our Cannabis 2.0? 647? How much? Don't say 420. How much? 617 individuals went through our Cannabis 2.0 program. We had, 5 sessions last year? You know, we feel that we did a good job of explaining to them what the state regs were, how we needed to make certain changes there. But a lot of this stuff now is lying at the local level with licensing, et cetera. So the state is put everything in place.
You know, when we start programs, we rarely end them. they usually die or we get distracted. So if we, as John was pointing out, the motion that was made on the foundation side, I want to do the same motion on this side. So if you notice, if you have the minutes in front of you, it clarifies that. And just simply say that I move that the foundation and the CHCC accomplished its goals, mission accomplished with Cannabis 2.0, and that future cannabis programming will be left to the local chambers.
Second? Discussion? I do have something to say on that. I'm very proud of the work that Julian's staff and the board has done with this cannabis issue. We were the first statewide organization that took that on.
Our concept.
Yes, that took that on and brought information and shined the light on the opportunities for our small businesses. We've accomplished that, so now it's up to the local community. So I do want to say that. That's all I have to say on that part. Anything else?
I just want to add, since you're moving the cannabis section to the local ones, that the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce San Francisco has 3 members that we have a cannabis committee. So you can learn about being an equity partner, an equity social justice, what they call it, owner, whether you want to grow, distribute, or deliver, or what have you. We also have looking into the fact with real estate for because the leases changes on that direction. They already are going to predators on that direction. They said if you're going to rent it for a coffee shop, 5,000. The moment they hear cannabis, it goes to 15,000. So we're already looking into that very seriously. And we also are, since we're part of that, we're going to be, we partnered to do a series of workshops to people that is interested in doing that. So we've already been on that. I'm in the Cannabis Council already, and I will be San Francisco Cannabis for the city of the mayor. So we're taking the steps on that direction.
I was going to suggest, since you're going to end it, maybe you should end it at the convention with a nice, like you did last time, because that was a big attendance, both conventions. So a lot of attendance, a lot of interest. So I think maybe you should end it at the convention and say, this is it, thank you very much, you're on your own.
You get free samples at the event or something?
Thank you for that.
Well, noted. No, thank you.
So I guess then, if so, the next statement that I've been telling people is that the California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce statewide has an initiative to support Latinos and Latinas to have access to the cannabis industry. That's no longer the case. That would be a false statement.
Yeah,
it's a false statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I think it falls to it because it's more localized now. Yeah, it's more localized, so it's up to I think the local chambers to carry the torch.
Give a point of clarification on that. It would be good to know in that direction that you cannot say really, to my point of view, with all respect, saying that we're not looking forward to be part of it. If it's a small business, it should be something that we are looking toward. That the chamber, because each of the job of chamber is to help out create more small businesses. What the difference may be now is that, you know, what do you need to do that business? And that's something that we can work together. But that would be a good idea to add that part into the, at the ending of the convention. You know, the CACC is done, but the locals are already working on that. It's creation of a small business, which will be a big business.
Thank you. Duly noted, and I know that Brenna's listening, and the chairman of the foundation is listening, and they will look into that and advise us. That's I believe that's all we have. Any more discussion?
Nope.
Seeing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor? What was the motion, Mr. King?
Move that the foundation and CHC accomplish its goals with Cannabis 2.0 and future cannabis programming left to local chambers.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Thank you. Any announcements?
Travis.
Thank you. Seeing none, I'll take. Second.
When's our next meeting and where?
To be announced.
Next meeting is, the date is set, and we'll let you know next week, so the location. Now that the June meeting isn't stopped.
And that is, and the reason this is happening with the meetings is making sure that staff and CEO follow the direction of the board of cutting costs. So they're doing an excellent job, so let's give them a little bit of.
Besides, staff comes on Saturday, catch up on all their emails.
Yes, yes. So, hey,
Good job.
all in favor?
I'll make a motion, yeah.
Yeah, motion was made by Dennis King, seconded by Jenny. Did you second? Okay.
I second it.
Seconded by Julio Baiza. All in favor of adjourning this meeting, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes?
Ay, ay, ay.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
I'd love to take a picture.
What? Yeah.
Yes, let's take a picture.
You owe me $20.
We finished 10 minutes.
You owe me $20.
Or like
You owe me
behind
$20.
our thing.
You owe me $20.
Get one of those signs.
Hey Julian, where would
Somebody
it be
cost
good
me
to take a picture?
Inside there.
At the banner, right?
Inside.
Okay, let's do that.
Inside the room.
Yes.
They can see the logo back there. So we'll move the table out of the whole group of them. You know what I'm saying? Because that way, because the banners are more specific.
Thank you.
It happens, man. Sorry.
No, you're good. Okay, let's go over there. Yeah, let's do it.
Inside there would be perfect. We can move it.
Do you think we should remove the food or do you
I can move it out. Pull it back.
Yes, I have a copy.
Yeah, because I had reached out, he had sent me and I responded and he told me, like, hey, you know, to thank you. Yeah, I know. But I figured I'd reach out to him soon. I have actually a draft.
Funny that you said that. I was even
Well, anything I can help you with?
Yes, no, you're gonna be the first person. Once we talk to him and see
Older kids.
Can we get, Leo, guys, can we get this picture, please, so everyone can leave or take a picture? Maria?
Just the board, no?
Gabriela?
So they want other board people too.
Yeah.
Why?
This over there now.
Oh, not that they come on.
Just a little way. People don't trip on it.
No, it's everyone.
They said they wanted you in front.
They said.
You sure?
It is CHCC. You guys are CHCC. Right?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
I get it. I get it.
You get it?
Gotta take a selfie, you and I. Linda says hi. We have to
I
go
know.
visit you.
You driving back to SF?
Yes, I
So,
am.
James.
Oh, I'm going to. I was telling Jenny that I was visiting my 97-year-old friend who doesn't have
I really do need a picture. Man, he's gonna take picture.
Otherwise, you go to. How's my hair?
No,
Technically.
you know what? I think you gave one $10 to talk a little bit more. It'll take 2 months. You did? I saw it. I did not take
No, you go in there, go take a picture. Oh, no, it's all board members. Get in there. No, all the board members.
I'll stay right here, Laura. Yeah, in the front. In the front. One right there. One small. One small. Okay. Look at her. Are you ready? Ready, everyone?
Queso. Let's say Cubas.
Cubas! Oh.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Cubas.
Wait. Tell us when.
1, 2, 3.
Cubas!
One more.
Two more.
Yeah. Text it everyone. One more.
It's okay, guys, we're almost done. All right.
And guys, if you have a check or donation, I can take that from you today.
Thank you, Juan.
Bye-bye. Have a safe drive back home. Are you staying with your family?
Huh?
Are you staying with your family?
Oh, I was. I'm at the
Thank you. Don't forget to donate.
I have to work it right now.
Menos mal que dejó de llover, Denny.
Oh, it's not raining?
raining
Ya no
anymore.
está lloviendo. Oh, nice.
We're gonna have a nice drive back.
That's good.
Are you driving, Maria?
Anna?
Anna?
Oh, that's okay. No. Oh, no, I'm taking the
Ah, okay.
Southwest. Yeah.
Southwest.
Yeah, my flight is at 3:30.
Oh, you need to leave.